Hi. Mind if we just start early? 2 minutes early. Well, it might be 1 minute. I still haven't synced up my PC with the internet. Well, wait, hold on. It sounded stupid. Of course I've synced up my PC with the internet. I mean, the clock on my PC is manually set. What's up? I've really been getting into the skincare lately, you know? Vitamin C. Okay, so it's cleanser in the morning. Okay, always start with cleanser, right? And then in the morning, vitamin C. And then moisturizer, then sunscreen. And then at night, it's retinol and then moisturizer. Do you start streaming at the beginning of World Cup matches on purpose? Nuts, do you even follow soccer? Come on. Read a study detailing arsenic levels in rice, especially brown rice. Okay. okay. I think that if you follow this stuff too closely, you're going to lose your goddamn mind, you know? People have been eating rice for like infinite time. Just try to find the trustworthy brands. Occasionally there's going to be, you know, there's going to be salmonella in the the chicken or whatever, you know? You just have to use CeraVe? Yeah, for the facial cleanser, I think. Or maybe something else? I don't know. What's up? Look. I got them. Aren't they cute? I haven't like tied the laces properly. But look, they're just little moccasin slip-ons. Like they're super, you just slip them on and the laces exist. Let me see them on your dogs. Yes, sir. Come on, that looks pretty good, right? Oh, look at that. Look at that quad action, dog. Not looking too bad. Been doing the steps. Need to tan then, puppies? No, I really don't. Did you ever buy this? The Trout Watch? As a matter of fact, yes, I did, because one enterprising chatter informed me that they weren't actually out on the J.Crew website, even though they were out on the Timex website. I did order this, though I'm not going to get it till the end of the year. Certified menswear bait? You got me. You got me. Put out the article, you know? Hey, this loser watch attracts nerds. Yep. Yes, sir. How much was it? Dog, it was 200. That's pretty good. This is like a highly versatile watch. That's pretty good. I'll take that. That's it. That's what the fuss is about. Dog, it has a fish on it. It has a fucking fish on it. Do you even fish? Of course I don't. It tells fish time, dog. What time is it? Water. Yes. That'd be a good one. Have you guys seen the discourse about how we need to return to men with receding hairlines? I've seen a bunch of these edits. I've seen it of Tony Soprano. I've seen it here of like, hey, what if they just shaved their head and got a beard, and they always look worse. We need to get back to people just having receding hairlines. It's literally fine. They all just look like NL to me. That might be anti-white racism on your part. He looks nothing like Northern Lion at all. Northern Lion doesn't even have a beard. He just has like stubble sometimes. Might be me, but I think receding hairlines look kind of hot. Well, you might just be attracted to older men, which is like fine. Yeah, it's like we associate it now like this longer hair that's a receding hairline we associate with, like, you know, 1980s power businessmen. It's iconography with a lot of like natural connotations to it, you know. But like I feel like every time a guy's like, oh sorry, mildly receding hairline, time for me to shave my head, it's all like Joe Rogan shit. Like it's fine, but there are other options available. It's literally okay. Like his hair's receding back to like the middle of his skull cap. Nah, whatever. Nicholson rocked that shit. Yeah. This isn't Jack Nicholson, right? It's yeah, yeah. So apparently the Khomeini funeral procession was off the chain. They snuck him into Iraq in a refrigerator truck and he was carried to the holy Shia shrines in Iraq before returning to Iran. That's so fucking funny. In a Finnish grocery store truck. Yeah, why not? Iraq has a huge Shia population, so it makes sense they would want to do. You guys realize this basically cements Iran's ownership of Iraq, right? Like if they can get away with bringing the supreme leader of Iran over here for like a religious funeral procession, bringing him over to a holy site, and Iran directly controls the largest army in Iraq. Like they total like subservience there. It's crazy. Also, Saddam was Sunni and is despised by the population. Well, yeah, it's, you know, you would kind of like an Assad situation there, where you have like a religious mind. I mean, I guess in Assad's case, it was like a secular governance, but that was, I mean, that's called kind of also like a religious minority, um, who's hated by his people. Wasn't expecting the truck to be finished. What if it's a good truck? They got a hold of what they could. They got a hold of what they could. What do you want? Such a comical scene. I think it's comical to us, but like we wonder like why Iran is willing to go so far to oppose our interests in the region, leaving aside the fact we're like fucking killing them. Americans really like don't believe in anything. You know what I mean? If Trump was assassinated by Iran, his funeral procession would be a fucking clown show. Like we don't have anyone in the West who could muster this kind of like mass zeal. The pallbearers would like drop his coffin. It would be a fucking embarrassment. Give Mamdani a decade. Yeah, we'll see. Weird shit, man. Weird shit. Ah, I want to, before we get to like the big news, can I just have like some fun getting through some Twitter links? What about Kai Cenat? Dude, it pisses me off so much how like racialized the discourse gets around Kai Cenat because like genuinely he's so fucking boring. It's insane. It's so difficult to watch. Like every once in a while I pop in on what the normies are up to and it's literally like the guy's not even funny. They're just doing stuff. It's like Mr. Beast, you know? Um but a lot of people turn it into this like, well, black excellence thing or whatever. It's like I don't think this is about that, you know? It's probably not great for the medium that the biggest and most influential streamers are all versions of like Ice Poseidon or Mr. Beast. Like those are the two archetypes you can follow. And and that's pretty much it. Yeah, speed's great. You guys seen this shit? Funny as fuck.
What the are you talking about? Wait, 14. It costs $14,000 a year.
Yeah, so it's 2 seats in the club level.
No, no.
Yeah.
That's wild.
I'm really torn on this because on one hand, I understand that financial literacy is not going to solve the overwhelming, crushing economic inequality of our era, but at the same time, I do think it's important to make fun of people who make really, really bad financial decisions.
But here's the thing. I can
That's
sell
wild.
them
And I
for
can
a
see
profit.
you're almost proud of it. I
Well,
see it on your little face.
But you can sell them for a profit. I made money last year.
What was the post about Buck
So
Gravity?
you buy the tickets and then you sell them. So
Well,
you don't even.
I
go to
sell
the game.
like half.
14,000? Do you know how much that is compared to your 50,000? That's insane. Okay, so last year you made money. How are we doing this year so far? Isn't it the finals like right now or something?
No, the finals are over. They just ended.
Oh, how'd that go?
We did not make it to
No,
the
no,
finals.
no. Tell them the tickets. Selling the tickets.
Oh, selling the tickets?
I don't give a shit if the team made it.
It went well. I probably made like $4 or $5 grand in profit
Profits?
this year. And that was off
How many
of,
years have you done this?
This is last year was my first year doing it where I'm selling.
I asked for a link about Schumer clearing the field in Maine because I was arguing with Liz on Twitter. Wait, you went to Reddit to ask for a link? That was what you were using the Reddit for? I guess that's technically related. That might not have been removed for being unrelated. That might have been removed. I guess that's kind of beast mode, right? That's kind of what I do a little bit. Like I'll show up in chat and I'll be like, guys, I need this thing. And then someone will give it to me because I'm like special. Yeah, I guess I can't really argue against that, you know? Shouldn't have been removed.
Everything, but those were also seats up in the nosebleeds, so I only paid about $1,700 for the whole season.
And now we're doing 14,000.
I figured I'll just make
You went
more
from
money.
1,700 to 14,000. Whole fucking risk. That's just for someone making $50,000 to $60,000 a year. That's so much money. That's so much.
Caleb hammers an actual chat. Okay, that's great. It's not relevant to this. You know that I think we talked about this. Gambling is people spend more on gambling than they do every other form of entertainment combined. Like movies, video games, all that. If you add them all together, it's still less than what people spend on gambling. More Americans have gambled in the past year than read a book.
Much risk.
Yeah,
How'd you pay for it?
credit card.
Oh, what credit card?
The next one, the Discover.
Oh, I actually thought you had two credit cards. I forgot you had a third one. Thought we were getting to the car payment. The Discover. Discover it. Everyone's favorite. Discover how to balloon a credit card balance on basketball tickets. 2,747. That doesn't make sense. You said it cost $14,000.
That's the good
Well,
part.
but I pay in monthly payments of $1,100 a month.
So you finance it and
Well,
you pay your
it's
financing
free.
payments on a
Well-
financed card?
So the loan that the Timberwolves give you is free. Like they don't
What?
charge you that you can either pay it all at once or pay it in 12
But
months.
either way, you
increments.
financed it.
He financed a financed payment, man. Fucking kill me. It's so funny. Bought $15,000 in tickets and financed the finance purchase. Jesus Christ.
And then the payments.
I thought this was scalping. He is scalping. He's a scalper. But he didn't resell those tickets. The $15,000 one, the dollar ones or whatever. He just tanked that. Double financed it.
For the financing, you're using a credit card, which is financing. You're financing a financed payment.
I guess I am.
Rare moment of serenity though. You know, most of you would argue against this because you lack the emotional clarity of this individual.
I am.
Yes.
He has
Yes,
no
you
response. He's been owned. Defeated in the free
$82
marketplace
minimum
of
monthly
ideas.
payment, and there is interest accruing on this, so that payment ain't free.
This guy's the reason people like me get to exploit credit card points for free stuff. That's true. The existence of people like this is why the rest of us get money back on our credit card purchases. Yeah. They're basically subsidizing us.
$24 of interest. Fees of $41! And then $2,825 of purchases kill me now. And have you made money from this so far? This. Not last season.
It said current debt 29,000.
No, because you don't get to sell your tickets till the
When
season.
does the season start?
I believe
You're paying for
it's
it now.
like October or September, around the same time football starts.
So until then, you're paying $2,825 a month until the fall?
Yeah.
How are you paying for that? Let's say you even do make a profit. Cool. How do you?
I have one credit card I use because my debit card info has been stolen twice. I pay for everything on credit card because it's easier to contest charges. You should buy everything off a credit card and then immediately pay it off. You should pay it off every time. That is the best way to manage your finances in America. You pay it off. If you can't buy it if you can't pay it off within that month, don't buy it. Pay it off immediately. That is the best way. You do get benefits from managing, from buying into credit card. Don't maintain a balance on it. Just pay it off. Pay it off all the time.
How do you pay for that? Because there's a $3,800 limit on here. How do you pay for that?
Well, that Discover's the card that I really try to attack with the payments. Like
I want to remind you how this part of the conversation started for a second, because that actually just pissed me off now that I'm actually remembering it. You said it's because of my bills. I can't pay my, I can't pay.
Well, yeah,
card.
but
I use a credit card with 3 to 5% back. You do not have a 5% back credit card. What the fuck are you talking about? Maybe 5% back for like qualifying locations at a Best Western or something. Not fucking 5% back general. If you have a 5% back general, give me your info. Email me.
Can't pay these credit cards off because of my bills. What are your bills? Oh, $500 for rent. Pennies for rent. Oh, $300 for car insurance. That's actually kind of an expensive car insurance. Almost as much as rent. But, we still have thousands of dollars to play with. Oh, I just financed $2,825 a month for season tickets of a game that doesn't start until late fall.
That's fucking Charlie Day.
Now that's a bill. You're right. And that's a stupid bill for your situation. Because it's going to take you a long time, even if you do make money. But I don't know how are you paying for it until then?
Well,
he's literally Charlie.
Any payment I make on my credit card usually goes minimum payments, and then anything extra goes towards that one, so that I can charge the next month to it.
But what happens when that you lose it in a gambling thing and you can't fully make the payment, and then you're obviously not fully making the payment because interest is accruing anyway, so you're not making the full payment. So it's still going to get bigger and bigger every month. What is happening here? There's no refunding this, is there?
No.
Me. Can you sell these now just so you know you at least break even? This is so risky for your position. Listen, it's a hustle. I do get what you're saying. I'm not saying you're going to completely fell from that specifically of the hustle, but
just got here. Are we on Caleb's side or not? I mean, I'm on the side of the abolition of usury, I guess. So I don't know. I guess, yeah. I mean, Caleb's a piece of shit. I don't know. It's fine. I don't like credit cards that give you % back on specific stuff because that's psychological pressure to do that stuff specifically. If the money back I get on my credit card is general, no caveats, it's for everything, then I have no specific pressure to buy anything. So I just spend like I normally would. But if I got like 6% money back off of like, I don't know, hotels or whatever, or groceries, then I'm like, maybe I can spend more here or whatever. Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should do this. I prefer just having the general. Yeah, I like the non-coercive element of just getting a flat, like whatever, 2% back or 1.5. It's free money. Yeah, but I'm not immune to propaganda is the problem. If I see a big flashing 10% money back on blank, then I'm going to be like, maybe I should get blank. But do I like really want blank? Do I want blank 90%? Do I want it enough to pay 90% of the price? I don't know. Like my brain's not good at making those decisions. The credit card companies are aware of this. There's a reason why they do it. It's because they're incentivizing these purchases. They know why they do it. It should not be possible for idiots to make stupid financial decisions. Genuinely, you're correct. We need a more paternalistic state on this. Just as we don't allow children to sign legal contracts for the most part, and you can't sell yourself into indentured servitude, and there are limits to what you can sign away on a contract. Like, the concept of being able to, indebt yourself hundreds of thousands of dollars as a 17-year-old because you're signing up for college and getting student loans or whatever, that's really dumb. Nobody should be able to make that decision. For one, the average person, not even the average person, basically everybody cannot really process. We're talking about decades of your life spent paying back debt. You literally can't. You can't do that math in your head. It just shouldn't be possible.
In your situation...
Oh, wait, the video's over. Shouldn't be possible. We just aren't built for it. We're really not. I don't think. in my opinion. Well, that was fun. Sorry. It's, you know how it is. Overwhelming popularity of gambling these days, man. It's fucking crazy. Credit ratings should be abolished too? Yeah, probably. I mean, the only reason credit ratings exist is because America has a credit economy. We want to string people out into infinite debt peonage. The only reason you would ever need a credit rating is if you have a system where you, like, frequently need regular peasants to make borrowing decisions, you know? Shouldn't really need to. It do be like that, Mr. Stansel? Do be like that, Mr. Stansel. What was the follow-up verse? It was dun dun with the Nazi scandal, you know? Which is kind of like a dumb line because Will Stansel's not a Nazi. He just like argues with them online. The poster with the Nazi scandal, you know what I'm talking about that? You know? Do be like that, Mr. Stan, you know? Saving Twitter from the Nazi scandal. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. I've never seen the point of credit cards. In America, we want everyone to be in permadebt so that they're slaves. Credit cards are a good way of facilitating that. But in order to incentivize people use the credit cards, they give people benefits for using them, like points or like a higher credit rating. So the best way to manage your finances is to use them, but to never ever be in debt. So you use the credit card, then instantly pay it off. If you do this, the banks are mad at you, but there's not really anything they can do about it. So, you know. Islam is correct, debt is haram. Oh yeah, but like Islamic banking has its own version of debt. In fairness, like they get around it. It's not like Iran is also a capitalist country. Doesn't that make your credit score worse though? No, that is an urban legend. I pay off my credit card debt literally like down to zero every time my credit score is in the 800s. That's a complete lie. No, paying off your credit score, your credit card balance does not cut your score. Banking can't exist without debt. For one, that's not really true. It just wouldn't work the way we think. Banking wouldn't be an enterprise without debt. Debt is how banking can be a business, but banking can still serve a social function without debt. It can't be a business. I mean, I guess it could under certain conditions, like certain... It's complicated. What I'm hearing is nationalized banking. That's like a really obvious one, yeah. Like, yeah, that's a really easy one. There is literally no reason banks should be private. It's actually insane. You know, the vast majority of the money in the money supply is created by banks due to fractional reserve banking. Banks are the ones that create the money, not the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve allows banks to create money up to like an allotted amount in order to loan out or to meet like certain economic preconditions. But like the private banks are the ones creating the money supply with permission from the government. It's insane. I mean, the eggheads will tell you this works, but like we'll see who's laughing when we're all like, you know, scavenging the unmolested tin bean cans or whatever after the apocalypse. He's just pandering to them, a thirsty boy. As a U.S. Senator, Abdul al-Sayed won't actually have the ability to freeze property taxes, which are determined at a local level. Interesting, Floor Lemon. Roman emperors, if you told them the global hegemon in 2,000 years ceded away authority to mint currency, genuinely, like they would like kill you on the spot. Yeah, if you went up to a Roman emperor and you were like, "I have an idea. What if we allowed private banking institutions to create currency and the government didn't do it?" They would just like open your guts right there on the Senate floor. They would just gut you right there. They wouldn't even entertain the conversation. Get in the bowl. Get in the brass bowl right now. Get in the brass bowl. Slaves, light that shit up. They can serve a community function, a blue star shift or blue shift star, if they're not when they're nationalized. Doesn't the government make our currency? Do you mean where it actually goes? No, no, no. The banks do. Um, most like the Federal Reserve controls like how much the banks are allowed to do this, but currency is created when banks loan out money that doesn't actually exist. They're allowed to do this up to a certain amount. They're allowed to do it because it's like eliminating the inefficiency of government regulation. It's very complicated. Fractional reserve banking allows the money supply to be dictated by the economic conditions of the market, thereby allowing banks to manage it through the production of new currency on their own without needing the Federal Reserve to directly intervene. The Federal Reserve merely allots the amount they're allowed to. It's a technical difference, but it's an important one because it means rather than the Federal Reserve making internal decisions about when to create currency, it's the banks making those decisions and the Fed allowing it. It puts more power in the private banks, and we've been doing this for a while. It's probably not good. It's the overwhelming majority of how money's created, Fluffer Calico. I think like more than 90%. Hold on. How much, what percent of new money is created through fractional reserve banking? Nearly 100% of all new bank money is generated this way. They create new money when they issue loans. If a bank issues a loan, like that money did not exist until they they made it. The Fed just authorizes them to do this. It's a way to give banks functionally like infinite liquidity. I thought it was central banks. Central banks allow it. It gives certain banks the ability to do this. But it's a way of propping up banks by giving them like infinite loan liquidity. Like they can just the banks don't have to worry about like a market run or whatever because they have the ability to create money out of thin air. It's made them incredibly powerful. I've heard most of Gen Z don't really understand or care how to take care of their own money because they think their lives are going to end soon. Yeah, it turns out, like, despite the protestations of neoliberal economists, people's vibes actually matter, and there are economic consequences to a low consumer confidence score. If people think they're not going to make it into their 70s, they're not going to save for their 70s. Unfortunately, as much as the economists are wrong in underestimating how like important this factor is, people are being fucking retarded for not planning for their future. If you want to live now, you're going to want to live when you're 50. All of this like young gay kid, I'm going to live like a candle burning out at both ends and then die at 22. No, you're not. Shut the fuck up. You're not. You're not going to. You are always going to want to live. You're biologically programmed to want to live. You are wasting your time and making things harder for yourself. You should be preparing. I'm 22. I don't think I'll live to 70. I think the world's conditions will end me before that. Yeah, but like that's like you can increase or decrease your odds there. I think I'm going to make it to 80, not just because of my disposable income, but because I have a strong will to live. I keep in shape and I have built like a robust network of friends and family who I can rely on at a pinch. Like even if I didn't have the disposable income, I think I could do that. If I was just like, oh, I don't care, I'm gonna couch surf, I don't need a job, blah blah blah. Like you can do stuff to make it more likely that you can live long and happy. Like it's literally good to prepare. Planning is a good thing. Like in general, just fucking as a heuristic, you know. Why is my phone blowing up? Oh, my friends are all being like, "We love you, Vosh. We'll support you no matter what." That's cool. I know. Thanks. They don't call me Vosh. I'm 41, just stabilized after 6 to 7 years off. And on homeless. Trust Vosh and the prep talk that ass. Did you guys see that video? You guys are doing like the gay Zoomer equivalent of did you see that video? The one of the trad wife propaganda getting juxtaposed with the reality of being a quote-unquote trad wife. I think I liked this video specifically so I could show it off on stream. Where was it? You know what I'm talking about? Where is it, man? Fuck, I guess I didn't like it. I don't know. Did I see it on Twitter or did I see it on YouTube? It was Reddit. If you could find it for me, that'd be like much appreciated because I have no idea how I would go about finding this. Anyway, the point is plan for the future. If I recall correctly, they control the interest rate. It's complicated. Whenever I say it's complicated, what I mean is I don't know enough about it to confidently make statements. I know the gist of it. The specifics of how fractional reserve banking works is legitimately like very complicated, and I understand my limits, or or I don't feel like explaining it. No, I actually really like explaining stuff, so I'm fine with that. People act like they're in a movie pro tag that just got a stage 4 cancer diagnosis. Too many people saw Rent, the movie / the musical. That's the truth. You have said the actual truth. Stupid fucking. Is this it? Yes. Here we go. You guys are doing like yes. Thank you. You guys are doing like gay millennial / Gen Z version of this. You know what I mean?
I'm 19 years old, married, no degree, no 9 to 5.
I'm 37. I've been a stay-at-home mom for the past 10 plus years.
I got engaged at 18, married at 19.
2 weeks ago, he told me that he wants to move forward with divorce.
I didn't go to college.
I have no income.
I don't have a job.
I have no money.
And I'm not getting one.
I use my husband's credit card and I use my husband's money.
Yes, me and my husband do have an age gap.
I'm 37. He'll be 55 in March.
He is 10 years older than me.
And I married an older man thinking that he was ready for marriage. Settle down.
Me and my husband dated for 6 weeks before getting engaged.
I use an American Express credit card for everything. It's got my name on it, but obviously he pays the bill.
And I'm told by a lot of people that I should be young and out there and living my life.
And he said, you need to start using your own card now. What card?
I don't know what that means.
I don't have a card. That is my card.
I promise you I am living my life to the fullest in my faithful marriage.
I don't know how to take care of myself.
I'm 19 years old, married, no degree, no 9 to 5.
I don't, like, it's just terrifying.
I'm exactly where I want to be.
We all need to get much more second wave feminist. We all need to be like way louder about this shit, We need to beat this into the head of women. Listen, there is a reason why every single conservative female influencer lives as a beneficiary of the second wave feminist movement. Erica Kirk, all of them, none of them are trad wives. Every single one of them is like an ambitious career woman who LARPs as a trad wife. Lauren Southern tried being a trad wife and she got her ass like abused by a guy because the only men looking for trad wives are like domestic abusers, basically. Not to paint too broad of a picture, but it's true. Just plan for the future, okay? Did you hear about Channel 5? I've heard about them. They started a GoFundMe. Why would I... Can you highlight it? What are you leaving out information? Why the fuck would I care if Channel 5 started a GoFundMe? They have a fucking Patreon, don't they? And like a YouTube channel? What do you mean? GoFundMe for what? What are they doing? Why are you leaving out information? I'm mad at you. They got sued? Okay, thank you. Why the fuck would you leave that out? That's obviously the most important... Okay, hold on. 1 second. Something, trad wife, Gen Z debt. They said they won't be able to make videos anymore. Let me guess. Zionists? No, just a crazy guy? Really? Huh. Wouldn't have guessed that.
cuz. Hey, listen up. Channel 5 is getting sued by some customers. By some customer motherfuckers. And we need y'all help. I'm gonna let Andrew break it down.
Fuck Bill Joyner.
That's not gonna happen.
What's up, guys? We are in a serious pickle right now. For the past 2.5 years, we over here at Channel 5 have been fighting a lawsuit in silence against a wealthy California lender named Bill Joyner, who I've never spoken to or seen in my life. Among other dubious claims, he accused Channel 5 of violating the Federal Wiretap Act and intercepting his electronic communications, which is something I've never done and don't know how to do.
Andrew don't know how to wiretap nobody, kid.
On its face, it probably seems ridiculous to imagine me tapping phone lines through a third-party listening device and hiding out in a surveillance van near a 56-year-old boomer's house in Orange County. But in our beautiful, free country, somebody with enough money for good lawyers can sue anyone for anything at any time. And just maybe, if you get lucky, the judge will believe it. And that's exactly what happened here. Bill Joyner's attorneys over at Murphy.
Damn, that fucking sucks. It's kind of terrifying for me given the adjacency of my profession to what Channel 5 does. But yeah, in America, like, slap suits are very, very common. Unfortunately, if you're wealthy, you can deal with them. I guess I expected Channel 5 would have the excess capital to deal with it. But like, yeah, depending on how the rulings go, you know, you can fish for cases in America. Like, if your state has laws protecting you from slap suits, that's cool. Just like sue in a different state. You can do it forever, basically.
and Murphy somehow successfully, in my opinion, lied in federal
Do I have
court.
to feel bad for him? Not him personally, but like, it is really, really bad for American democracy that basically any and every journalist can be sued for literally no reason. It's not great. It's one of the reasons why investigative journalism has died. You all know that. Investigative journalism was way more common up until like the 1960s, 70s, 80s. But over time, the capital class has developed like a robust chitin of laws that allow them to basically legally destroy anybody who looks into them, you know? It makes it very, very difficult for independent journalists to do anything. You basically need to be like a major media outfit in order to even afford or be able to handle the potential legal damage. And those outfits are already like taken over by capital, you know? They're already served the capital interest. So if you ever wonder why investigative journalism is dead, it's because something as simple as like a mild, like local corruption scheme can blow up into a lawsuit that can ruin your life.
Convincing the 89-year-old judge who was appointed by Jimmy Carter in the early 70s to strike down all of our dismissal attempts and subsequent appeals. This resulted in a painstaking year-long discovery process where forensic investigators audited our company's servers and hard drives for evidence of wiretapping and found absolutely nothing. Joyner's lawyers then summoned me for a grueling on-camera deposition, which we are currently gaining access to and are going to post on this channel in the coming days. During the deposition, they accused me of deleting and moving files to hide the truth.
Seems worse on that front here in the UK. Yes, the United Kingdom is genuinely the most draconian country in the Western world with regards to free speech and freedom of the press. You know that Keir Starmer is trying to make it illegal to use sources out of Gaza? Like, if you use sources out of Gaza or associated with the Gazan Health Ministry or whatever else, that means you're citing terrorists and you could go to jail for like 15 years or whatever.
Is by every account categorically and demonstrably false.
Our paperwork's good,
After years of fighting for the truth in a
I appreciate these little bits to keep the attention of the average member of like their YouTube audience, you know, like the black people funny bits in the middle. It's keeping my attention. It reminds me of like how all of the Italian brain rot racist AI, or sorry, the AI videos have gotten more racist over time. Like initially it was, here's a fruit cucking another fruit, but now it's like everyone says "cuh," you know?
Courtroom and spending over $800,000 on legal fees, Joyner's attorneys decided to drop the federal lawsuit entirely before trial. Poof, gone. They dismissed their own wiretap claims after probably realizing that such an outrageous, bold-faced, abominable, and once again, demonstrably false lie would stand no chance whatsoever at a jury trial, where an actual 12-person group of jurors, hopefully born after and not before World War II, would be present and have to hear their non-existent evidence. After the dismissal, over here at Channel 5, we were relieved to be done with the whole thing.
Andrew thought it was over.
As I mentioned, the 2-year uphill battle cost us over $800 grand. If you've never been sued in federal court before, that amount of money might sound pretty high. But as I break down the lawsuit later in this video and take you through each painstaking step of the process, you'll understand how the bill got so high. You also
Damn. Okay. I don't know if I want to watch this entire thing right now, but that's genuinely quite scary. Highly litigious country. Very unfortunate. Very, very, very unfortunate. What is this? Britain's new plan could kill YouTube. Does this have something to do with...
Every time you load up YouTube, your homepage is generated by the platform's algorithm. Its job is to present you with a selection of videos.
Same guy sued him again. Watch one more minute. Big thing is they're getting sued again. Okay, gotcha. Listen, I'm folding this into the context of like the broader fact that in America and I guess the United Kingdom, wealthy people could just end your life if they want to, basically. It's like a more advanced prima noctis. Hey, is this the front page for TLDR News? What do we got? Okay, Mapmen, great. John Oliver, great. I don't know this channel. Your own channel. All right.
That it thinks you'll want to watch and will keep you on the platform. Given that you're watching this video, you're probably interested in news and politics, so some of the videos will likely be about news. Some might be about science, engineering, geography, or whatever else the platform has on offer. This system broadly works well. Obviously, people like to complain about the algorithm.
The United Kingdom wants to force YouTube to put legacy media channels above the algo channels. No spoilers. But also, like, I've said this many times, and I'm going to keep saying it. The liberal elite, the liberal aristocracy, understand that democracy is dead. Democracy, over the past 250 years, has been promised to us on a pledge that it will be used to advance the common interest. That was not the case during the Divine Right of Kings, where the average peasant was just lucky to not die every winter. But over the past 250 years, civil participation has been prompted on the cause of, like, collective social betterment. Even the fascists believe in this. As illiberal as the fascists are, the fascists also believe in common political participation towards a civil project that is meant to make people's lives better. It's an almost universal belief these days, except in the elite. The elite understand that they have lost the ability to promise a better world to us. Liberalism got literally everything they wanted. Liberals won the Cold War, and look around us. A massive resurgent fascist wave all over the world as people fall back into xenophobia and anti-globalism in direct response to a capital-led effort to divide, conquer, and end democracy. Democracy is done. The United Kingdom, being just generally a very like paternalistic country, is leading the effort alongside Australia, the United States, and to a lesser extent, maybe Canada, in finding an alternative.
Especially, but the system generally works to ensure that you're shown videos that interest you and that will keep you on the platform. We're happy, YouTube's happy, you're happy. There's one group who seemingly aren't happy though, and that's the UK's public service broadcasters. Now, these broadcasters actually have a big footprint on YouTube already, far bigger than independent channels like ours, but they actually want more reach. In fact, they believe that they deserve more reach. So they've been lobbying the government to force YouTube...
So China-style totalitarianism? No. For one, China's not... They're 50% totalitarian. But also China, the only reason the CCP exists right now and has the popularity that they do is because they not only promise, but have succeeded in increasing the quality of life of their constituents. Like, the Chinese Communist Party is keenly aware of the fact that if they ever stop delivering to the people, there are going to be serious issues. Over the course of a human lifetime, the CCP has risen like 1 billion people out of poverty. They've delivered an economic miracle that's unprecedented in all of human history. That's a lot of social mandate. But, you know, obviously progress is stalling over here in the West. It'll stall in China too. Liberalism can only carry you so far. Or I guess I should say capitalism can only carry you so far.
To change the way the platform works in order to shift the board in their favour, bringing them more eyeballs and more attention. That all culminated in this government green paper published recently, running through a proposal that fundamentally changes, and some might say breaks, YouTube. So let's unpack that proposal, what the broadcasters want, and...
How is the CCP liberal or capitalist? Well, they subscribe to the liberal idea of civil participation towards social betterment, and they are capitalist because they are capitalist. It is a capitalist economy in China. The degree of like state intervention in capitalism does not change the underlying mechanisms. China will, for a time, continue delivering to its people, but unless they have a serious, like, you know, paradigm shift in their economic modality, they're going to go down the same road as the rest of us.
Why it's at risk of killing this platform. We probably ought to start by explaining who the public service broadcasters, or PSBs, actually are. The one you're probably most familiar with is the BBC. They're a state-owned broadcasting corporation primarily funded by the UK's licence fee, with the remaining chunk coming from commercial activities and government grants. Then there's Channel 4. They're also state-owned, but unlike the BBC, Channel 4 doesn't receive any of the licence fee. Instead, they're funded by advertising. Despite having to fund themselves, the fact they're owned by the state means that they still operate under a tight mandate to champion diversity, alternative viewpoints, and independent production. Next are ITV, STV in Scotland, and Channel 5.
I wish Vosh would stop being hyperbolic. If Vosh actually believed democracy was done, he wouldn't spend the amount of time he does telling people to get out and vote and protect democracy. I've explained this more in detail, but it's really difficult for me to qualify every general statement that I make with the level of specificity that would be required. Like, I'm not writing a book here. But to be more specific, I think that capitalism exists in tension with democracy, and capitalism has won. It has won big time. And over the past 40 or so years, capitalism has exerted its influence to the extent that the democracy has basically lost its ability to promise good new things. We have lost the ability to build great state projects, to use the welfare state to do anything. We can no longer promise people good things through the government. In fact, over the past 40 to 50 years, the main line has been government de-intervention, which is a total, like, surrender on the liberal idea of the government and democracy being used as tools to advance the common interest. This is a sign from capital that they're no longer interested in playing that game. They don't have to pretend anymore. It's not FDR's time. The capital no longer needs the mask of positive government intervention or nationalization or infrastructure projects or great works projects or social welfare in order to justify the obscene gains of capital. Capital can now self-justify, and they control everything, so it's easy for them to do this through, propaganda. What I'm saying is that the liberal stewards of capitalism, that is to say, the Democratic Party, the Republican Party, the Labour Party, the Tories, basically every, establishment party, are all, to some extent or another, aware of the fact that democracy has lost the ability to meaningfully improve the lives of people. It can worsen people's lives, Oh, it's easy for, thugs of the state to come in and rape you to death, sure. But improve your life? No, not possible anymore. So, we're moving away from that. That's why we're seeing a sudden massive increase in internet surveillance, policing, registration of people's real-life accounts to use the internet, constant illegal surveillance, flock cameras, stuff like that, We are trying to, or I should say they are trying to build an apparatus that allows them to control people even when we are no longer pacified by the promise of social betterment.
Unlike the BBC, they're commercial companies and are funded by
So yeah, it's
advertising.
easier to say democracy is dead. Now, I think people like Mamdani are an antidote, not because they'll prevent the collapse, they can't. But what they will do is remind people that there are positive versions of government out there. Most people in America today don't really remember an era when the government was both capable of and willing to engage in massive expenditures to help people. But Mamdani is a reminder that if you get the right people in government, more can be provided. Millions of people have been inspired by his leadership. That's the reason why I believe in participating. Not because I think we can stop the collapse. I don't believe that. But I think we can manage it, and I think that we can inspire people to do better in the future. I do not want a future led by people who think the mistakes of the past were, don't let the government do anything because they can't do anything to begin with. I do not want those people making those decisions.
However, they are still PSBs, as they hold deals with the state in exchange for the right to broadcast on channels 3 and 5. In exchange for these prominent placements on your TV remote and at the top of the TV guide, both are obligated to broadcast a set amount of impartial, high-quality news each year, produce a large proportion of their shows in the UK rather than just importing them, produce content across the UK rather than just in London, with ITV also required to offer regional programming, as well as other obligations when it comes to accessibility and subtitling. Finally, there's S4C, the Welsh language broadcaster, who receive a small proportion of the license fee and are obliged to offer similar public service broadcasting in Welsh. Essentially though, regardless of their ownership or funding models, each of these broadcasters has done a deal with the UK government. They get to benefit from being the first things you see when you turn on your TV or open your
So the point of this video is that the United Kingdom is trying to apply these rules to YouTube, right? Basically, like, fuck all the individual content creators. BBC gets first bids on your front page.
TV guide, as well as getting huge discounts on TV spectrum. In return, they're obligated to provide some sort of public good.
Man, remember when the internet was free? Remember when the internet was like the Wild West where corpos had no power? You'd go on and you'd find like little niche forums. Remember when Google search worked?
The issue is, though, fewer people are consuming linear TV than ever before. Instead of flicking onto regular TV, people are just as likely to head to a streaming service like Netflix, Disney+, or crucially, YouTube. With YouTube equal to the BBC as the top-ranking video content platform by watch time in the UK. And here's where we circle back to where we started. When you open up YouTube, you're presented with a feed of videos that
the BBC is dying so hard they're desperate. They don't care about their viewership. They would rather you just not watch anything. People make the mistake of assuming that legacy media is desperate because they have low viewership. Legacy media is propped up by the state. It needs to exist. Their viewership is immaterial. They would rather 10 people watch CNN and nobody watch anything else than a billion people watch CNN, but a billion people watch independent media. They're fine with your apathy. Your apathy benefits them.
Platform thinks you'll like. Some of these might be from public service broadcasters, some of them will be from big media companies, and some of them will be from creators like us. That means that on the platforms people are increasingly using, the PSBs no longer get the priority that they've grown so used to. So here comes the green paper, and with it, the issue of prominence. Essentially, the PSBs feel that they're no longer getting a great deal. With prominent placement on TVs decreasingly relevant, PSBs are beginning to wonder why they still have to continue committing to everything in their mandates, if they're not also getting extra prominence on other online video platforms too. As such, the Green Paper proposes a new regulatory structure whereby platforms like YouTube are forced to give special prominence to video.
Isn't legacy media on the front page far superior to right-wing racist slop? Right-wing racist slop only exists because of legacy media. Legacy media created and legitimized the social channels that would then go on to empower the far right. Right now, every mainstream media channel in America is aligned with the Trump administration, even to a lesser extent, but still to a meaningful one, MSNBC, which has to pull its punches because it knows who's the boss. The far right on YouTube were just a little blip, an algorithmic abnormality, a precursor to the real threat, which is the US government being run by actual neo-Nazis, which it currently is, and it's doing so with the consent and support of legacy media.
Produced by PSBs, in exchange for the public service benefits they already offer. The Green Paper does suggest that deals between PSBs and YouTube could be reached via voluntary agreements, but explicitly warns that if these agreements don't go far enough, then the government could introduce formal legislation. They also discuss expanding the scope even beyond PSBs, potentially also looping in...
Great talking points today, Vosh. Thank you. I feel like I'm on it today. I feel good, you know? I feel like I'm delivering the points.
Other UK-based media outlets, such as national or local newspapers. Now, the government's Green Paper claims that they don't see this as a zero-sum game between broadcasters and creators.
Bullshit.
But while this might sound good, I just don't see how it can be true. If your homepage is filled with content from PSBs, definitionally, it can't feature as much content from other creators. And ultimately, if you're presented with a homepage full of loads of PSB videos about, say...
Is there a practical difference between US private media and state-owned media in a non-democratic country? No, none whatsoever. In practice, it's not just Fox News, but CNN, CBS, whatever else. These outfits all deliberately coddle the Trump administration in a million different ways, and this should be something that even a regular Democratic liberal, like a normie voter for the Democrats, should agree with. You have all seen how much CNN, so on and so forth, pull their punches against the Trump administration. Under Biden, you would get push mobile alerts every time he mispronounced something in public. Under Trump, every single day, he just delusionally vomits out meaningless nonsense and everyone just goes along with it. It's barely even news. The Islamic Republic of Japan got nothing. It's nothing. It's a blip on Twitter. Nobody cares. The reason for this is because Trump is the avatar of capital and the legacy media corporations serve capital. That's it. They might personally dislike Trump. It's irrelevant. They know what attacking him would mean. In this respect, then, legacy media's relationship with the U.S. government is more pernicious and more dangerous than any state-run media enterprise whose corruption and ties with the government can be easily dismantled and identified. So I would say that what, say, Fox News and CNN does with the Trump administration is worse than what Viktor Orban did to state media in Hungary. Because at the very least, when Orban is gone, you can easily disentangle the web of corruption in state media. But here, you are not disentangling capital. Capital will drive us all to our graves.
his resignation, for instance, you're likely to watch them, right? That's why the government is doing this. They too believe that by surfacing these videos more prominently, you're more likely to watch them. Otherwise, this whole debate about prominence is pointless. The problem for us is that our videos, as well as other creator videos, won't appear in this promotional push. And once you've watched Channel 4's video about Starmer's resignation, how likely are you to hunt down ours too? Even if you prefer our videos, which looking at these view counts seems pretty likely, it's very possible that you will just have their videos surfaced instead. And as such, the plans might make the PSBs happy, but frankly it crushes independent creators like us, which really does matter, considering that YouTube already contributes more than £2.2 billion to the UK.
Well, we know that they're doing this because they just don't want you criticizing Israel or whatever. It's always the same reasons. It's not really an interesting discussion, to be honest with you. But yeah, it's a real problem. Real problem. How would you build a system that fixes this? Well, I wouldn't do capitalism a second time, if that's what you're asking. So what if you block the news channels? It doesn't matter. The vast majority of people won't. You can block the news channels and feel smart about it. The average normie cattle voter is going to just watch it and regurgitate whatever they see. You can't outsmart averages. To underscore your point, Orban's propaganda media was straight up killed a month into the new government. Yep, but no president will be capable of undoing what capital has done to legacy media in America. Nobody could. Have you covered Count Binface? I am legitimately going to make it a mutable term. For one, it's insufferable. I don't know if this is what passes for British humor these days, Count Binface, but I can't keep doing it, okay? I genuinely feel like I'm being subjected to a nonstop SNL skit. Second of all, yes, we'll fucking cover it, okay? Stop fucking mentioning it. I'm sorry, you're like the 50th person, and they did it last stream too. The Maine AFL-CIO is proud to endorse Troy Jackson. Oh my god, I really fucking hope they go with Troy Jackson, man. Please, God.
Hey everyone, it's Troy Jackson. Right now, there's a powerful movement of working class people in the state of Maine. And we're sick and tired of getting screwed and struggling to get by while greedy corporations get more and more. To all of you that have put your work, your dedication, and your hope into this movement, I know you're hurting. I know it because I understand that. And I want you to know that your efforts aren't for nothing. Your voice matters. Your time matters. You matter. Together, we can fix what's broken in Washington. We can pass Medicare for all. We can take on corporate power and the politicians and their...
That's the problem, Vosh. Whatever individual change you want to make is tamped down by the larger population. Same with changes you want to make to climate change / the environment. Yeah, that's why you have to control the systems that affect what people think, or you just bypass what people think entirely. It's not like I believe in democracy at this point. But as long as we're saddled with the democracy, yes, it's obviously very important to reach people where they're at, which is why we don't want the UK to force BBC to the top of everyone's homepage so we can, 5 years into Israel, like dropping a nuke on Tehran or whatever, we can continue to get whinging Zionist think pieces on how it's anti-Semitic to, point out the radiation cloud being carried to Turkey.
Pocket. We can take our country back. We can create the future Mainers and Americans deserve. I've been fighting this fight for 30 years, and I'm sure as hell not backing down now. I'm a Mainer, a dad, a fifth-generation logger from Allagash. I'm a progressive. I've been tested. I've won time and time again in deep red Trump country by double digits.
That's true. He was winning like Trump-aligned districts by like 40 points or something.
I've won in progressive cities like Portland and Bangor. I know what a tough fight looks like, and I know how to win. Because working people know.
He just lost a primary, come on. Yeah, want to know the real black pill? Primaries are actually really bad at determining who the best candidate is. Primaries are almost entirely determined by insider endorsements and name recognition. They have almost nothing to do with the quality of the candidate.
I have their backs. They know me. They know my values, and they know my character. We can defeat Susan Collins. The movement that you've built can win. So I'm in. I'm in this fight with you. And I'm asking you for your support so we can take back the Senate seat and send Susan Collins packing once and for all.
This guy sounds like a Sopranos character. You must be a foreigner. He sounds literally nothing like a New Jersey Italian. You are engaging in racism. You just think that he has chud face. He just shaves his face, which is uncommon these days. Everyone grows a beard because they're afraid of having no jawline. The media doesn't want you to know Troy Jackson is an electoral demon. He outran centrist golden boy Jared Golden. I get it. In an R+20 district in 2022. He's everything Plattner said he could be and then some. He is pulling ahead of Collins right now. He is very, very, very popular. Link it if you have something to show me below the belt. So that's what you do? I don't even know if I have a jawline. I've had a beard basically uninterrupted since I was 16. I don't even know. Saw people on the subreddit saying he's to the right of Plattner. Anyone know the justification for that take? I'm unaware of any issue on which he is to the right of Plattner. I'm unaware of it. Has your beard stopped growing or do you not fully shave it? What? Beards don't stop growing. My beard looks like this because I trim it. I trim it like every other day. It doesn't stop growing. It grows forever. Independent voter in Maine says Troy Jackson is not progressive. I don't know. I don't know. It's who can. There's a reason why monkeys hang themselves when you try to explain this shit to them.
Troy Jackson is not progressive. He voted against so many bad things like gay marriage, abortion. He did that and now wants to say he's progressive. If they put up Troy Jackson, if they put up Shanna Bellows, I'm voting for Susan Collins. And I hate to say that.
Not true, Vosh. Hairs have a natural length. They're biologically coded to grow before they fall out and get replaced with new hair. That's not... You're thinking of body hair. And also, it's not that they're biologically coded to fall out at a certain length. It's that the hair follicles have a natural like regrowth cycle that tends to limit the length of those hair growths. But the hair follicles on your face and on your head are different from the ones on your body.
As an independent, but Troy Jackson and Shannon Bellows aren't going to be able to do anything in that federal government.
I know that gentleman says he's an independent, but he's expressing progressive values and beliefs there. So respond to him.
Well, I mean, and honestly, he is accurate. I voted against those things over 15 years ago. Since then, I've found out, I've understood. I mean, I've always been someone that believed that healthcare is a human right.
He's literally a DSA endorsed progressive candidate. I don't understand what the grounds for these claims are. I have no idea. What is this? I have not seen this clip. Ugh, Ryan Grimm. God, what a mark.
Of the kind of jerk he really is. So I was disgusted by it. I know there's reporting that there had been some conversations. I mean, I love when he's talking about the corporate media and, don't come from Washington. Actually, your guy Morris Katz flew up from New York City, and I don't think anybody sees Bernie Sanders as like the corporate, influence of any campaigns. I mean, no responsibility. No, he and his team owe the people of Maine an apology. They will never get it, but they sure deserve it.
I think the voters of Maine actually owe the Democratic primary voters owe the rest of the Mainers an apology. Democrat primary voters knew Graham Plattner was awful the whole time. They knew that he said society should be disrupted if you didn't agree with him. They knew that...
This is a waste of time. These people all love rape. They are perfectly okay with rape. The only reason they don't like Graham Plattner being a rapist is because he's on the left. Like, we don't even have to pretend to take this seriously. Of course they're going to castigate everyone who ever supported Graham Plattner and act like everyone should have known the entire time that he was exactly as bad as everyone considered him from like the establishment. You don't have to listen to this. These people are all fine with rape. DSA is calling on candidates and elected officials to refuse to work with the consultants who handled Graham Plattner's campaign. That seems fair to me. Total blacklisting. Apparently, the person who vetted Graham Plattner for his campaign himself had multiple accusations of sexual harassment against him. So it seems like it was kind of a chain of failure here, you know? Yeah, it's hard for Ryan Grimm to retreat to a more semantic anti-media take when other people who work for Dropsite News are just outwardly saying they think that the lady's lying about having been raped, you know? It kind of like gives away the culture at the place a little bit. His MR interview was pretty terrible. I didn't see it. How long is the interview? Why have I never been on MR? Because I'm terrible. That's true. That's true. Oh, this was just a couple hours
Hey,
ago.
folks. You know, as they every report.
But this kind of insistence that the facts aren't really important because
This is a long fucking interview. Yeah, I don't really care about this, to be honest with you. What Ryan Grimm said is disgusting. I'm not getting back into like woke one, Me Too, rape apologia arguments. Not worth my time. Ugh. Does he not double down? I don't know. It's like 40 minutes. I'm not watching that shit. Troy Jackson something something. Yes. Yes. Where'd you get the shirt? You couldn't afford it. That's not true. Maybe you could. It's Pure Blue Japan. Can you go over this from the subreddit? Sorry for self-promotion. Listen, I need to be real clear about this. You cannot make Reddit posts and then ask me to read them. That will put me in a bad mood real fucking quick. This is from 18 days ago. Did you bring this up because I just talked about not believing in democracy? Can't wait to get disproven by Vosh in this one. I've been watching Vosh for a little over a year now, so I could get some of his overall positions incorrect accidentally. I apologize. Notice anti-electoral takes, system's broken. My concern is one I feel I don't emphasize enough. You don't emphasize. Don't talk like you're talking to me. You're talking to the Reddit. The historical near impossibility of a vanguard staying uncorrupted. I don't believe in a vanguard party. I don't really believe in a vanguard party. I don't think that really works. I think if you ever reach a point of like civil development or social progress where you could potentially have a communist vanguard party, you might as well just not have one. Like at that point, you've reached a degree of social consensus. And if you haven't reached that point, you just need a dictatorship. But a vanguard party is like revolutionaries, or sorry, it's authoritarianism masquerading as progress, which I do not think is preferable to just outright authoritarianism. If you're going to be authoritarian, you should be authoritarian. I don't think it's like preferable to masquerade as some kind of like communist revolutionary enterprise when it's a top-down political structure. But don't you argue for a lot of their similar points? Well, what I argue is that it's a moot point because we're not getting it anyway, really. Text. Think chat needs to know more about the actual candidate picking in Maine. I disagree. I think that chat is comfortable and happy in their ignorance. Seen the wildfires in Canada? Have you seen the heat wave in France? Third consecutive mega heat wave. Record breaking after record breaking after record breaking. Thoughts on Trump firing all the EAC? American democracy is a sham. More evidence to that point, I suppose.
The south of France is once again sweltering in the heat. The streets of Dax are mostly deserted. The few out braving the heat find it tough.
Trop chaud, vraiment.
It's very, very hot. It's unbearable.
It's a little cooler than last week when temperatures soared to 42 degrees. I reckon quite definitely that the climate is warming up.
The Landes region is already on an orange temperature alert, barely a week after the last heat
We haven't even hit the apex of this heat wave. We're just beginning. This is the beginning.
wave. In her flat, Alicia is once again keeping her shutters closed.
Whenever we can, we prefer to spend time outdoors, really, partly because, after all, you don't necessarily see daylight at certain times of the day.
Monday saw high temperatures across the country. The highest was 42.7 degrees in the south, but it wasn't that much cooler in the northwest of the country. It's sweltering by the sea as well, 39 degrees in Basque Country. So first thing, volunteers visit elderly residents to make sure they're all right.
Yes, I've got water.
They close the shutters, water the plants, and provide a reassuring presence.
I don't leave my house anymore. That's why I'm just stuck indoors every afternoon.
Just like in May and June, hot air is flowing in from North Africa. This air will become trapped over France over the next few days, sandwiched between two low-pressure systems, as if under a dome.
These heat domes are fucking killing us, man. I think we looked at this, but yeah, this is projected to get up to 46 degrees Celsius for this heat dome. We could have multiple consecutive days of like near 50-degree temperatures. Truly, truly apocalyptic. 5,000 heat wave deaths in Germany alone, and we're not even done. There's about to be another one. Did we talk about the Spanish fires? Well, the heat wave's hitting Spain as well. Yeah. 46 degrees Celsius, 114 degrees Fahrenheit, and this is very important to remember, in France, not in fucking Arizona. The Trump admin just appointed a crackpot to head the National Climate Assessment? Yeah, that sounds about right. Anti-climate science critic to oversee flagship report for the global warming. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, whatever. We get it. We get it. Give us the bells. Now this forecast is just sensational bullshit. Is it? In what way? Here's a good model for temps that's not just for clicks. I'm inclined to disbelieve you because the idea that anything climate related right now is just for clicks seems a little bit unconvincing to me. Wow, 1.3k likes for covering an ongoing series of heat waves that have killed at minimum thousands of people so far. Is it really for clicks? Like, is that really the priority right now? We're stopping the clicks? We invented swimming pools for a reason. They all evaporated. They're just reporting on that murder for clicks. Well, in fairness, that does happen. Love this country.
When we say AC, it's 72 and below.
72 degrees and below.
You're even a little high with that one, but I'll let you rock.
I know
I'm a
Zoran was
68.
saying keep it at 78.
He's
This is America.
He was feeling a little too good. Nick's a 5. He was like off the high. He's like, oh, we don't need it, but he was wilding.
I put my shit to 64 just to spite to him even suggesting such a thing. Our AC blew out immediately. but it was cold.
America might be generally prepared for the climate a little bit better than Europe is because we have lower energy prices and more AC, but the hyper-individualism that's endemic to America is going to get us killed way faster than Europe. Like, in Europe, people are much more socially conditioned to make collective sacrifices for the betterment of the community, but in America, literally everyone is like, bro, fuck everyone else, dog. I'll just turn my AC up. And then the grid goes down and then they literally just die. They die in their house like a dog trapped in a car in the sun. You know, like this isn't really a thing in Europe. Not to the same extent. American hyper-individualism is a pretty unique problem. It's too late to queen. We will absolutely not have volunteer groups to check on our neighbors in rural communities. No, we will not. Nobody here gives a fuck. We don't even have communities. We don't even believe in that shit. It's happening all over, man.
This weekend, a building ridge will lead to a significant heat dome and record-searing heat in parts of the Rockies and eventually the northern plains as well. Initially, this ridge of high pressure centered over the desert southwest in the Four Corners region. Progressively, it's going to get a little bit farther north and strengthen. Salt Lake City, 105 on Saturday, almost a daily record, only 2 degrees shy of the all-time record high of 107. Grand Junction, 104 degrees. That should tie the daily record. Look at Billings, 105. Really, really hot weather. The all-time record high in Billings is 108. We're likely to break that all-time record high on Sunday at 109 degrees in Billings, Montana. 112 in Sheridan. Exceptional heat. But the heat also builds into the northern plains, parts of North Dakota, South Dakota, and eventually Minnesota also get into this as we step into Sunday and Monday. It'll be widespread. Some of this will begin to spill into parts of the interior Northeast early next week.
What about the PNW? The PNW is graced by God and does not experience these heat domes. We are protected by the Cascades.
And the recent storms will go away as the heat builds into the northern plains.
Ugh.
In this riverbed in the Deux-Sèvres department, there's not one drop of water left. A little further north, the Mignon River has also dried up. These are unprecedented conditions for this time of year.
Here there should be around 40 to 70 centimeters of water. The level should be around here. We're walking on a riverbed that has completely dried up.
After heat waves in May and June, the water evaporated, turning the river into a cemetery.
There's no life left at all. There are no more amphibians, no more birds. You don't hear birdsong. There are no more fish, of course, no more invertebrates. It's a desert in the middle of a riverbed.
Across France, 16% of rivers have dried up, like the Doubs seen in these images. That's up from 6% this time last year. On social media, fishermen are raising the alarm. This man from Burgundy says he's never seen conditions like this in the region.
We're walking in between puddles where there are some living fish left, but they'll die in a few days. I'm making this video because we need to show what's happening here.
Volunteers are catching fish in rivers that are at risk of drying up. Some use electric fishing techniques. The aim is to take them to another, less at-risk river.
It's the most effective technique and the least stressful for the fish. We can catch different species.
Others are fishing with nets, like here in the Côte d'Or.
I wonder how many species existed on Earth when I was born and how many are going to exist when I die. I wonder what percentage will remain. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. While we're doomering, what do we have here? At Harvard, a student thought A Clockwork Orange was written in Old English and used AI to quote-unquote translate it. What? Reading has come to seem extraneous even to some of the best educated members of society. Margaret Renix, Harvard's assistant director for humanities and social sciences support, told me she'd spoken with a student who was struggling to read a book written in Old English. The culprit? Anthony Burgess's 1962 novel A Clockwork Orange. Well, that's grim. The student used ChatGPT to translate the book into an easier language. Not long ago, a Harvard sociology professor, troubled by course evaluations in which students said they resented the amount of dense reading they were assigned, asked Renix to speak to his class in defense of reading. She had to explain to students at America's most elite university, taking a course in a discipline rooted in written observation, argumentation, and analysis, that excerpts and summaries cannot capture the depth and sophistication of a complete primary text. Renix told me some students now view reading as an unnecessarily burdensome way of acquiring knowledge. By asking them to read, she said, professors are arbitrarily withholding information from students by forcing them to get it through this more difficult medium. Like I said, every institution has been dried up and hollowed out by capital. Nobody goes to university to learn anymore. There are no more intellectuals. Intellectuals are, like, this is a group of people that no longer exists. Intellectuals and academics, academia as a concept, these don't exist anymore. People go to college because they want jobs. There is no aspiration towards intellectualism. How do they even get into these universities if they're this disinterested in learning? Are you joking? They chat GPT'd their way through the exams, and now they're there and they're still chat GPTing. They just want jobs. Have you seen this graph? I know exactly what you're referring to, yeah. A Brown professor gave his students a take-home midterm exam. After suspecting many cheated using AI, he made the final in person. The orange dots are the midterm scores, and the gray dots are the final scores. Looked like all but 3 cheated on the midterm. Yeah, all of these orange ones are from the take-home midterm that they cheated using AI, and then here's the final in-person exam. Look at this. After Serrano made the final in person, 18 students dropped the class and 9 did not take the exam. So a full, like, third of the students in the class saw that they wouldn't be able to cheat in the final and were like, I'm out. This is Brown. This is Brown University. Yes, SS22. And S1, sorry, yeah, S22 and S1 are the big gigachads here. This is kind of the fault of standardized testing. Nah, it's the fault of like a million things, but it gets back to capital at the end of the day. Capital and them damn iPhones. But them damn iPhones are also capital if you think about it, so. Basically, all my uni exams have been in person. Well, this is an econ course, so we can assume that everyone here is already, you know, sort of biased towards incompetence. I think the rise of film, anime, and such is partly to blame. There's a lot of things that are to blame, but fundamentally this is just because universities are basically a rubber stamp for job opportunities and nobody aspires to be an intellectual. It's not like you guys watch movies. Like, what anime are you watching? Fucking ReZero? There's good anime out there. Watch Perfect Blue or some shit. Movies, there are good movies out there, but you're not watching them. Your dumbass is watching, like, I don't know, fucking Marvel or whatever. You're out there watching the live-action Disney Moana remake. No, people are stupid, and they're getting stupider. And this is mostly because we've given tech companies sort of unfettered opportunities to rape our brains and our dopamine pathways. For now, this is proceeding with more or less no consequence because the world doesn't need intellectuals for the most part. But in the future, the people who are able to break free of the dopamine incentive structure and live authentically are going to stride across the plains like giants. Everyone else will be inferior to them. They will be the actual Ubermensch. Maybe not right now, but one day. Lake Powell plunges towards unprecedented low levels. Yep. Yeah. It's all the same. U.S.'s second largest reservoir threatens to plunge to unprecedentedly low levels this year after a historically bleak snowpack. Oh yeah, it's going to get real bad. It might actually go down to zero. The snow peak was so bad, we're not getting any more snow melting into this river for like fucking 6 months at least. So it's very possible Lake Powell hits zero. This might be it. This might actually be the time. If it was ever going to be, like, if I think you could reasonably say it's going to happen and there's nothing we can do to stop it. Is this a bell sounding moment? Don't be annoying. Yeah, there was no recovery this year. Look, there's always supposed to be a little ding here. See, it goes up, but it didn't even go up this year. This is the up where my mouse cursor is right now. What happens if it reaches 0%? The Colorado River runs dry completely. We lose the ability to provide water for a bunch of the agriculture along it, which means like large food shortages, lack of power generation, massive infrastructural damage to a variety of things, including the Hoover Dam, because the Hoover Dam is a dam that relies on the weight of the water, keeping it up. Kind of like the end times, basically. The lake's water level is projected to keep dropping for the next 8 months. This could very well hit zero. More uncertainty into an already contentious negotiation over how to divvy up an increasingly unreliable water supply used by 40 million people across 7 states, dozens of tribal nations, and 2 countries. Lake Powell stands at just 37 feet above the level at which electricity generating turbines start to fail. Oh, we're going to hit that point. Will Russia be positively impacted by climate change? No. Nobody will. Is this bad? Yes. More data centers, please? Yes, sir. Yeah, the situation in the Southwest is really, really bad. But you wouldn't get that from media. Only from youtube.com/c/Vosh. World's gotten worse for Kanto. We're also looking at a really, like, uniquely bad year for the climate. Next year, too, because of El Nino. It didn't have to go this bad this quickly, but it will. Ugh. And I guess in the same general category, a diarrhea-causing parasite has now infected over 1,000 Americans, spreading across 29 states. Great. we're going to have an increase in pandemics over time as well because the government's no longer capable of stopping it. The screwworm thing is still completely unaddressed. Won't El Nino cause more rain in the Sierras? Though the kinds of rainstorms that climate change is going to create are not going to be very good at refilling our rivers. We're talking about like massive, devastating rainstorms and monsoons that cause a lot of like environmental destruction. Not a lot of it's going to pour out into the rivers. What you really need is melting snowfall, because that's essentially like the built-up rain reservoir of everywhere cold enough during the winter that it snows, and those like run in predictable channels through rivers. You know, that's what you need. But we got like no snowpack last winter. Flash flooding. Meanwhile, Democrats are in favor of this. Look, the data centers are not using much water. It's the power they're using that's the problem, not the water. They really don't use that much water, but they are consuming a fuckload of power. And the way we're trying to make up for it is by investing in fossil fuels rather than solar. So, you know. And the noise pollution. Yeah, but it tends to be built around railroads, so who cares? Especially in those dry regions. Rain just runs off the hard, dry ground and doesn't penetrate to get those deep aquifers. Yeah, it's, climate change is bad. That's true. It's not great. Powell 40-year time lapse. What does this look like? Give me some scary music. No scary music. What restraint? We're back in 1993 right now. 97. 2000. 2005. Doesn't look like much from up here, huh? Guess we'll know when it starts to dry out. Top-down view doesn't give us much to look at.
No longer an issue of whether you think Lake Powell is a good idea or a bad idea. Lake Powell is going away. Lake Powell is draining itself.
We can't keep doing this. And if we have the courage to take a step back and think about, okay, why was Glen Canyon Dam built? Is that still working? The answer is no.
All right, welcome back to Arc Salt Lake on this Friday morning. Time right now is 7:30. You've seen a couple.
Yeah, this is like super local news.
Of played. Today, we can't even fill Lake Mead. If you took all the water in Lake Powell and put it into Lake Mead, it would just be barely over half full. So this whole...
Here, hold on.
The U.S. Bureau of Reclamation is now warning that Lake Powell may reach dangerously low levels, and the dam could even stop producing power just within the next 18 months.
12 News journalist William Pitts explains what's going on at the lake and the new study that shows Arizona's groundwater is also quickly disappearing.
What if we told you that one of America's largest reservoirs is no longer surviving on its own? Right now, Lake Powell is only about 23% full. But here's what most people don't know. The only reason it hasn't completely
yeah, that's great. Thank you for letting me know.
Collapsed is because another reservoir hundreds of miles away is sacrificing its own water to keep Lake Powell alive. Experts say this isn't a rescue anymore. It's triage.
Oh my God, ChatGPT wrote it too. Is it all going to be this?
And if another emergency, if current...
Yeah, it is. God damn it. It's internet modernity. Yeah, it's just, I saw this video in the recommended feed too. It's 22 minutes long is the problem.
This year is shaping up to be the driest year on record. And for a reservoir that's already struggling mightily, that is certain to be the death blow that finally takes out Lake Powell. Right now, there is no margin for error with Lake Powell. And once the water level drops a couple more feet, everything changes for water users here in the Southwest.
This crisis is like, we are on the doorstep right now.
This is the blockade that keeps boats from getting too close to the dam. And this is the chain supporting it. And this is actually where it's supposed to be. This is the intended lake level. Yeah, that is so far down there.
The consequences are so big and the timeline is so immediate that we should be having this process now.
Now, about 14 months ago, I made a very similar video, but in fact, things have been so dire, things have been changing so rapidly that I wanted to come out and make another video. So I reached out to Eric Balkin once again to find out what's happening with Lake Powell.
Do we know how long we have till oil runs out? No, we don't. We're juggling a couple of apocalyptic crises right now.
For those of us who have been working in the Colorado River space for a long time, you sort of get numb to hearing the word crisis. You can only hear the word crisis so many times before you're like, oh, I've heard this before, you know, Colorado River crisis. This crisis is like, we are on the doorstep right now. It is a very big deal. And
only a progressive administration in the USA can overturn the climate crisis. I'm really sorry to say, but like, no, they can't. No politician has the social political mandate necessary to overturn the will of capital. Capital will drive all of us to our graves. It is too late. It is genuinely too late. The climate collapse has already happened in the future.
Implications are huge for every state in the Colorado River Basin, and frankly for the state, you know, for the West as a whole. We are coming off of what will probably be the driest year on record. Unlike 2002, when we had one of the driest years on record, or the driest year, at that time, the Maine reservoirs were full, or mostly full. You know, Lake Powell and Lake Mead reservoirs, because the reservoirs were full, there was a lot of cushion. We don't have that cushion now. And so seeing this dramatically dry and arid runoff is pretty spooky for everyone in the basin.
Lake Powell is only at 23% full today, and a year ago it was at 33% full. While the reservoir still technically has 23% of its water, it is right above the penstocks, and if the water drops any further, that water will not be able to move through the dam at all. We really only have a 1% margin for error, and with the worst water year on record coming down, not refilling this reservoir, we are in trouble.
Anything below the hydropower penstocks should not be considered accessible or reasonably accessible. So the term that they're using now is reasonably accessible storage. If you look at the reasonably accessible storage for Powell and Mead and Flaming Gorge for that matter, there is very little wiggle room for more dry runoff in the basin. I mean, we are just like at the brink right now. If next year is a dry year, that's
before and after video of Lake Powell. Oh, this one's pretty stark. Didn't Vosh already look at this? I will be watching more than one video about the end of the world.
So the water level at Lake Powell.
Why am I watching a person record their
centers while you're using Lake Powell?
Oh yeah, yeah, okay.
Like, you're going to see mandatory cuts across the basin.
Is it true major cities in the desert Southwest only exist because they have cheap land to build vast suburbs? Yes, that is correct.
Because there's just no wiggle room for Glen Canyon Dam and soon after Hoover Dam downstream. So it's a really, really kind of dramatic and dire situation. And for those of us who have been hearing about a crisis for, 15 or 20 years, the crisis is a capital C crisis now. Like, we are there. If you're sort of gaming out what a real crash in these reservoirs might look like in Lake Mead down at Hoover Dam, if you see Lake Mead get to its power pool, or what we're calling de facto dead pool, right? Because it's really not safe to operate those dams below the hydropower level. The initial, sort of chain of events that would happen would be some major agricultural users just get their water cut off. And that's going to have a really big impact on rural communities throughout the West. If we do hit our kind of day zero, like the terminology that was used in South Africa a few years back, It's not necessarily going to be for cities and towns. It's going to be for agriculture users.
Now, one comment that came in over and over again on my last video is that this is what you get when you have 40 million people living in the desert. So are the 40 million people who rely upon this water?
Oh man, look at that. Look at these economically efficient developments. I love it. Watering all those lawns. Yum, yum.
Really the source of the problem?
When we're discussing this water crisis, people will say, well, you shouldn't be living in Arizona. There shouldn't be cities in Nevada. You know, we shouldn't have all these people there. And it's understandable why people would say that. When you fly over a city in the desert, when you fly over Phoenix from a plane, you say, wow, like that's a lot of pools and lawns in the
Nobody
middle.
should have been there to begin with. Human civilizations are perfectly sustainable in the desert if we actually built with respect to the local environment. Succulents, no lawns, no pools, no grass lawns or whatever. Build dense, build close, build tall and sheltered so the shade propagates throughout the city. If we could have had mega cities with tens of millions of people there sustainably if we wanted to. But obviously we didn't do that. We have built future ghost towns.
Of the desert, you know, like that seems out of place. But in reality, the cities are some of the best water users in the basin. And if you look at, you know, Los Angeles, San Diego, Denver, Albuquerque, Phoenix, Tucson, if you look at the populations of those cities in the past 20 years, the populations have all grown, right? But their water consumption at the same time has gone down. So the kind of per capita use of water in those cities is much, much lower than it would be in an agricultural setting. Even though it's kind of an easy target for the public to say, oh, like it's LA's fault, it's Phoenix's fault, it's Las Vegas's fault. The cities are really not the problem here. And in a lot of cases, like in Las Vegas, their per capita consumption is so efficient. And they were actually some of the kind of leaders in spearheading municipal conservation that we can't really point our fingers at the cities. The water is being taken up by grass, right? And where is most
going back to vegans always being right, one of the biggest ground drains in the Southwest is for alfalfa, which goes through animal agriculture. Yeah. And a lot of it has to do with the land rights to the, or the water rights to the Colorado, which we've never reassessed because of the enormous capital interest in not reassessing it. You know, it all comes back to the same fundamental factors.
That grass being grown, it's being grown for agricultural interests, and most of it's being grown for feed crops too. Another misconception is sort of this idea that if we cut water to agriculture use in the Colorado River Basin, that, you know, we're going to run out of food in this country. That's not entirely true either. The majority of agricultural Colorado River use goes toward feed crops like alfalfa and hay. And, you know, that feed crop goes to feed dairy cows and cattle, and it's shipped all over.
Don't these areas use more water than they should because they have to in order to maintain their water rights? Yes. Local governments could have changed this like a century ago. We haven't because there's money involved in keeping us from changing it.
The world into a global market for cattle feed. You know, we have buyers in Japan and China and Saudi Arabia. In a lot of places in the Middle East, it's illegal to grow alfalfa. So they're happy to buy it from us. And, you know, why do they ban growing alfalfa in Saudi Arabia? Because they know that it's probably not the best use of their precious resources. So that's where the big change is going to happen is in how we do agriculture in the Colorado River Basin.
Okay, so I've been out here filming this video and it is literally 95 degrees out here and I'm just baking and melting away. So what I want to do right now is thank today's sponsor of this video, and that's Element.
Now at Glen Canyon Dam, there is an all hands on deck effort from the Bureau of Reclamation and largely from the basin states too, to protect Glen Canyon Dam. So what that looks like is releasing extra water from upstream reservoirs. Like,
yeah, they're doing it by draining more water from other reservoirs, not by reducing the amount of water we use. They will do anything and everything but challenge capital. They will redirect all water from everywhere just to avoid having to reassess like water usage rights.
Flaming Gorge. They're releasing a lot of water out of Flaming Gorge to prop up Lake Powell. Water is being held back from Lake Mead. But without these interventions, Lake Powell would definitely crash this summer. And it might still crash even with these interventions. And that's the scary part.
The whole Colorado River and its tributaries are incredibly stressed right now, and we're adding to that stress by pulling from Flaming Gorge and holding back from Lake Mead, all in order to prop up a reservoir that's on its deathbed.
I don't think Lake Powell Reservoir is going to be there in 25 years.
But that's a mass. You're really cushioning the prediction there. 25 years. I don't think you need to wait that long.
I don't think it'll be there in 20 years, to be honest. If you just look at the hydrographs, if you look at how much runoff we're getting from snowpack these days, it's just really hard to make the math work. Even if the basin states figure out how to conserve 4 million acre feet of water, which is a huge pull, that would just stabilize the system. And right now, if you took all the water in Lake Powell...
Obviously, Capitol would prefer to run it dry, but do you think this might get bad enough to get local governments to change how the water gets used? Local governments have never overpowered Capitol. There are, vanishingly few examples of when they do, and it's usually because they just say, oh, you can't do this thing here, so the Capitol just goes elsewhere and does that thing elsewhere. It's like Amazon not building a plant in Astoria or whatever, so they build a plant elsewhere, like a warehouse, Local government does not have the political will or initiative to overwhelm Capitol.
And you put it into
Look at how
Lake
quickly
Mead.
those data
Lake
centers
Mead
went
would
up.
barely be over half full, right? So if you're just looking at the system in terms of water storage and where we store water and how much water there is, we can't even fill one of these reservoirs, let alone two. So when you look at it from just a sheer kind of simple math of where do we store water and how much do we need to store, Lake Powell as a storage facility begins to make less and less sense. When you add in this kind of delivery problem from the engineering, it kind of hastens that. This effort to prop up Lake Powell Reservoir from Flaming Gorge releases and then holding back water from Lake Mead, it's a very temporary shuffling of the cards, right? You're not saving water, you're not making new water, you're sort of just moving it around. I call it reservoir triage, right? You're saying Lake Powell's about to die, all hands on deck, save Lake Powell. But you can only do that for so long before Lake Mead starts to get to its critical threshold. And I'm talking like a year or two, right?
Yep.
Even with these efforts to prop up Lake Powell Reservoir, the latest forecast from the Bureau of Reclamation still shows that it will likely drop to below 3,500, which is the sort of defense level that they don't want to go below, because below that it's minimum power pool, right? That's the lowest level that power can be generated. But the concern is not about hydropower. The concern is about water delivery. Because below the hydropower penstocks, the only way to let water out of Glen Canyon Dam is through 4 small tubes called the River Outlet Works. And they were not designed to be used full time. They were not designed to be releasing the full force of the Colorado River 24/7, 365. And the last times that they were used, when the reservoir was that low, they started to break. There was cavitation. So, theoretically, there's a scenario where if they're relying on those outlet works at Glen Canyon Dam and they start to fail, they'll have to shut them off and the water will be stuck behind Glen Canyon Dam. That is what we're up against.
Or in other words, the Colorado will just run dry completely. That would be the consequence of that, yeah?
In this scenario. So what Glen Canyon Institute and others have been advocating for a long time now is building bypass tunnels around Glen Canyon Dam such that it could be operated all the way down to river level. Whether or not decision makers want to hang on to the reservoir still is up to them, but at least they would have the option. And this is an idea that came from Floyd Dominy, the person who built Glen Canyon Dam. That's where the Glen Canyon bypass idea came from originally, was from Floyd Dominy. But what Floyd and the people at these agencies would never have envisioned.
So Trump will exit over a completely demolished landscape. Please understand that literally everything happening right now would also have happened if Biden had won a second term. Like all of this, again, Trump is just like practically the fall guy. He's deregulating the CDC or whatever. Like this is incredibly minor in comparison to this, the overwhelming apocalyptic irrationality of capitalism, which has driven us into this corner. Biden didn't stop it. Obama didn't stop it. Nobody would or can stop it.
is that these reservoirs are draining themselves. I mean, Lake Powell is so low, and it's going to be at a historic low later this summer, where it's kind of flatlined a little bit right now with the releases from Flaming Gorge, but it's going to begin dropping again throughout the summer. And how low does it go? It depends on how much they release from Flaming Gorge. It depends on how much they hold back from Lake Mead. But the people who built these dams never envisioned them being this low. They were not designed for this hydrology. And there has to be an engineering fix for Glen Canyon Dam and probably Hoover Dam as well down the road.
It looks like they're inspecting the penstocks. I think the situation has become so dire that they're actually forced to do something about it now.
That engineering solution, I think last I talked, it sounded like the Bureau of Rec was kind of not really acknowledging that, or wasn't being like pursued. Is that now being pursued, or are we still stuck there?
The modifications that Bureau of Reclamation is looking at for Glen Canyon Dam are really focused on hydropower, and they have indicated that any modifications that they would pursue would take at a minimum 10 years to complete.
Of course, yeah. The same way everything takes 10 years to complete now.
So just that timeline alone should give you some pause, because we don't have 10 years. They should have started this a long time ago.
What would you say are the biggest roadblocks at the moment? Like, is it just like state water managers that can't talk?
Yeah, basically. I mean, the negotiations between the upper basin states of Utah, Colorado.
Why don't we have Einsteins anymore? Capital.
Wyoming, and New Mexico.
In Einstein's day, it was possible for prolific, highly intelligent, and active and ambitious scientists to receive attention from the world over. Governments and private corporations would be at their beck and call because they had the ability to make dreams possible. Nowadays, all of the smartest scientists in the world are finding ways to make your YouTube algorithm feed more addictive, or make, I don't know, a toothpaste marginally less expensive to produce at scale. Like, if you think I'm joking, I'm not. There has been a massive rollback in the advancing of the pure sciences in favor of all scientific progress being driven by corporate research and development, which means that there's not really a potential for anyone to be an Einstein. How could you have an Einstein if the only jobs available at the higher end for scientific production are like toothpaste cheapening, adding sawdust to toothpaste or whatever? Einstein was able to do what he did and had the effect that he did because there was, back at that time, a genuine political and social reverence for his intelligence and for the changes that he was able to advance through his theories.
And then the lower basin states of Nevada, Arizona, and California, and then, of course, Mexico and the 30 federally recognized tribes. But it's mostly between the upper basin and the lower basin states. And they just do not see eye to eye. The lower basin states have already been proactively cutting use. In the upper basin states, their perspective is that they take de facto cuts every time there's a dry winter, because a lot of those ag users in the upper basin, they're closer to the source of the water. So, you know, if you look at like a farmer at the Mountain Ute reservation.
I think a bigger reason is that all the low-hanging fruit in science has been taken. Everyone always thinks that about future progress. I promise you, general relativity or whatever, quantum relativity, whatever that shit he was doing, was not a low-hanging fruit. I really don't think we can call what Einstein did low-hanging fruit.
They're going to get cut off really early in the season. And so from their perspective, they're saying we're taking these cuts. They're just harder to quantify. So there's kind of a disagreement about the data, honestly, which is kind of a head scratcher, because you'd think that by now we could figure out how to quantify that curtailment or the perceived curtailment in the upper basin. If I had a magic wand and I could just like tell the Bureau of Reclamation what to do, I would begin a whole new review process of modifications to Glen Canyon Dam that included stakeholders, because what they're doing right now is
Which do you think will cost less and finish first, California high-speed rail or fix the Glen Canyon Dam? Neither of them will ever be finished, so their cost is immaterial. How much money is wasted before the projects are abandoned would be a better question. And to that end, probably high-speed rail.
Done in a windowless room in Denver. Nobody really knows like what they're working on there. We haven't seen any updates. But the implications for everyone in the basin are huge. We deserve to know what's going on, and we should be having input from all the stakeholders, from environmental groups, from agricultural users, from tribes, from recreation. The consequences are so big and the timeline is so immediate that we should be having this process now. And I don't know that reclamation is really taking that seriously enough.
That part of the equation just doesn't make sense to me. Like, how could the Bureau of Reclamation just kind of be like, I don't know, we still got time? Like, is it just because it's a state's problem and not a federal problem that they're just kind of like not really motivated to do anything?
I have wondered the same thing for many years. I will say that some people are taking it more seriously now, which is good. So I think things are moving in the right direction in addressing the Glen Canyon Dam problems. But, you know, when reclamation was in its dam building heyday in the 40s, 50s, 60s, this thought of like we run out of water, that never crossed anyone's mind. That was just never part of their purview as a government agency.
With everything sounding so dire, can there possibly be any good news? Well, for those of us who wish to see Glen Canyon return, the answer is absolutely.
At this level of Powell Reservoir, there are around 100,000 acres of land that used to be underwater that are now emerged. And in Glen Canyon, we are seeing a massive story of ecological recovery take place. Well, you got to remember that before Glen Canyon Dam was built,
have a good time, Loquacious.
Glen Canyon, the river, the Colorado River through Glen Canyon, was considered to be the heart and soul of the whole river system. You know, it was in between the Grand Canyon that had these dramatic steep walls and gnarly rapids, and then upstream there was Cataract Canyon that had some of the gnarliest whitewater in the river, and in between that was Glen Canyon that was a slowly flowing, meandering river with 127 side canyons that were really green. They were full of willow and cottonwood forests and oak trees and, you know, wildlife, and you know, it was just this Eden is what it was called. As the reservoir has come down, so much of that has come back to life. And the original assumption was that, you know, these canyons that emerged as the reservoir came down were sort of lost forever, and that they would be so messed up that they wouldn't be, you know, they wouldn't have much value. And now we know that's not true. We know that most of the ecosystems that are coming back in these side canyons are...
That's enough. Yeah, the world will be beautiful even after the big happening. Sorry, just a lot of bad news to get through. I'm just looking through stuff. What am I looking at here? I don't have the willpower to tie these together, to segue the topics right now.
There are a lot of people who absolutely do not care about that detail and don't think it's relevant and are okay with it not being included. There are also many, many people who think that that detail is relevant for his state of mind, and particularly whether or not the implication of a break-in is accurate, which then shapes some of the rest of it. And what I would say to the people who don't think it's relevant,
I would include myself in that camp. So yeah,
right, absolutely, yeah. You don't think it's relevant? That's totally fine. We live in a democracy where the entire public is involved in.
You could make this argument for, like, what is she wearing? You could make this argument for getting mad at Politico for not disclosing what she was wearing. Oh, well, the people want to know. This is meaningless. This totally asinine. This logically fails on immediate.
The deliberation of these questions. And so there are many people who do think it's relevant.
It's such a cowardly position. Like, we're engaging in rape apologia because the democratic will of the people, like, we're actually respecting people's will to engage in rape apologia. Like, you're doing it because, like, you were committed to defending Plattner. You're doing it for clicks. It's not
relevant. Like, is it relevant that he was drunk? Like,
yes, yeah, hugely relevant to the story of him raping her. Yeah, like super relevant. Yeah.
Disqualifying piece is the rape accusation, not the break-in, right? So I guess perhaps this absolves him of the break-in, but
well, no, she said don't come over, so he came over anyway. That's breaking in. That's breaking in. That's what that is.
But wouldn't her saying still, protesting and saying that it was not consensual?
Absolutely. Obviously, if she said, and I thought this was more obvious apparently than it is,
right?
If you say, I need a massage, let's say you say, come over and give me a massage, and he tries to turn the massage into something more than that, and she says no, and he pushes past it, it's obviously still rape. Like there's zero question about that. But this kind of insistence that the facts aren't really important because of what she says happened in the end.
Well, that fact isn't important. The glute massage thing isn't important. It's so tedious.
I don't believe. As a journalist, our job is to put the facts out that we have, and then let the public decide whether or not those are relevant. Now, some people said, "Well, why don't you put in like what she was wearing?" No, that is completely different.
How? Literally how? Like, I genuinely don't understand how. What if people decided that was important? We live in a democracy. That's just cowardly. Cowardly, 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 cowardly. Backflips and handstands, man. They be doing tricks on it. They do be doing tricks on it.
You've got organizations like the ACLU and the EFF who take an above-board approach to fight for their point of view. And thankfully, we live in a beautifully democratic, capitalistic country where we can fight in court. And I have a lot of respect for those groups because they have reasonable debates and we follow the law. And then unfortunately, there's terroristic organizations like DFLOG, whose primary motivation is chaos. They are closer to end.
What's that article? We're all going to be called terrorists eventually. This is why I've always cautioned against like using terrorist as a general pejorative, because it is the pejorative they will use against you when you if you like protest against the marauding camera drone hordes that will be like spying at everyone through their window to make sure that you don't engage in wrong thing. Like it's a meaningless term. Terrorism is like a extremely ill-defined term. It's applied by governments to delegitimize causes. Maybe the cause is illegitimate, sure, but like you wouldn't arrive at that conclusion by calling it terrorism. Like what the Boston bomber did wasn't bad because it was terrorism. It was bad because he fucking killed a bunch of innocent people. You already have terms for that. We already have terms for that.
Antifa than they are anything else. And that I think is unfortunate because we don't want chaos, or I don't want chaos. I like law and order. I like a society that has a bedrock of safety. So for those groups, I think
CEO of Flock, we bet you love law and order.
It's just disappointing that they haven't chosen a more constructive mannerism to try to get what they want, which they have a right to have. But that's why we have a democratically elected process, right? Like we're not forcing.
See, the artifice of democracy is a shield that capital uses to prevent violent uprising. It's a legitimizing process. In reality, your democratic input has basically no output. Like your will and your wishes do nothing. But the artifice of democracy is used by them as an excuse. Oh, you have a legitimate pathway to air your concerns. Don't mind us as we rape your daughters and build data centers everywhere with no oversight. You have a legitimate it's like having a suggestions box that the manager never looks through, you know? It's not there so that he can know what your problems are. It's there so you have an outlet that he can ignore. Did you cover the ending in democracy in the EU? If you have a link, give me a link. Luxmaxer killed himself recently, I think, or died or something.
Oh, unfortunately, he started to get this fixation on gold. He started to believe that gold was some gate-kept mineral by the higher-ups that actually basically gives you special powers if you ingest it. Like, you get ability to tap into other dimensions and high levels of consciousness and stuff. And he backed this up because there's one study with like n equals 5 where like the average IQ increased by like 15 points from ingesting gold, which is absurd, and it was just never replicated. And so he was like, well, it's understudied, you just never know, I want to do the experiment. And so he, a few weeks later, he started the experiment. He was injecting gold. And according to his friends, across the past few weeks, he's just descended.
It's a little bit comforting to know that a lot of these people are themselves deeply mentally ill.
Into complete madness. Apparently, he was just crazy. He was covered in discoloration from gold poisoning. and he was just painting his house with gold, and he ended up, I think, covered in his own blood, running around the neighborhood screaming, and then the police were called, and then the police chased him down. He ran into the lake, tried to escape, and we know what happened. Rest in peace. And, man, it's just so fucking brutal, especially because I always have had this thought that Conor Murphy is deeply misunderstood, and he largely is still. You know, he was insane, yes, but people still ignore a lot of his positive traits, right? They act like he was just some pure nutcase with nothing. But no, he towed the line, like I said, between insanity and true, you know, innovation.
He was too heavy from all the gold he ate and couldn't swim. That's as good of an explanation as any, I think. Everyone's mentally ill now. This is the link you were referring to? Cars sold in the EU will require a camera that scans the driver's face to determine if they're distracted. Chat controls being pushed through. It allow the EU to scan. What is this link you're providing me from my Lord Bebo, who provides nuanced memes? This is a what's the link here? This is an AI video. What do you give me? Do you have like an actual source for any of this? Phenomenal.
The disruption to oil supplies through the Strait of Hormuz was a major shock to the global economy. Prices surged, governments scrambled for emergency supplies, and many feared the crisis was only getting started. But then something unexpected happened. After the US-Iran Memorandum of Understanding in June, remember that was the starting point for negotiations, oil markets stabilized far faster than anticipated, and at the center of the story was a dramatic drop in Chinese oil imports. But why? I put that question to oil analyst Rory Johnston.
China did save the global oil market, and the most concerning thing about it, aside from the fact that we still don't fully appreciate how they managed to do it, we have even less visibility on the why.
So Johnston says China slashed its crude oil imports during the crisis so dramatically that it helped offset the supply shock coming out of the Middle East. The result of that was a feared...
Wonder why they would do this. We don't have a lot of info on this because numbers are sometimes hard to get out of China. But yeah, apparently they engaged in like demand destruction. They just stopped importing oil. Didn't want to waste money on it, maybe?
Global energy crisis never fully materialized. So what exactly
yet the strait's still closed.
Did China do? And did Beijing quietly save the global economy?
The one thing I and other analysts did not expect was the scale of import retrenchment in China. So Chinese crude oil imports fell by roughly 45%, roughly 5 million barrels a day from pre-war levels to the levels we saw averaged through June. That is gargantuan. That is larger a shift than the entirety of the world's SPR releases combined.
SPR stands for Strategic Petroleum Reserve. These are emergency stockpiles of oil that governments keep on hand for major supply disruptions. So what Johnston is saying is China's drop in oil imports was larger than the oil released from the entire world's emergency reserves. 5 million barrels per day is a huge number. So how did China manage to pull it off?
And that's just from China. And the striking thing about it is that we still don't fully understand how they managed to pull it off. This is still the #1 mystery amongst oil analysts in this oil market, because the pace of apparent demand destruction, because China doesn't publish official numbers on demand, so we infer demand based on flows into and out of the country. On that apparent demand basis, China looks like it is in the midst of a massive depression or a COVID-0 lockdown like we saw in 2022.
But wait a minute. China isn't in a depression, and it hasn't imposed a COVID-style lockdown. That's what has analysts scratching their heads. A collapse in oil imports on this scale should have been accompanied by a major economic shock. Instead, it appears China somehow absorbed the disruption without the...
God, it's crazy how much more rationally managed their national resources are than ours.
the economic pain many expected. So what are the possible explanations?
There are those that argue, I think, that the Chinese system has become so flexible between, electrification and, we know that they have, global, world-setting, world-leading EV penetration rates in sales. It's still not enough, in my opinion, to account for the swing, but it's there, right? We know that they've been driving to reduce oil dependence in the first place. Also in petrochemicals, we know that they have all these swings. So the one argument is that this was a natural response to the market. But again, I think while maybe you could account for some of that under a natural response, the response has been too large and has lasted too long. Again, if it was natural, you would have expected as crude market softened, that we would have seen a resumption of buying. And again, we haven't. It feels like someone has said, don't buy oil right now. But the best explanation seemed to be at the time that they were storing a lot of diesel, gasoline, et cetera, under the potential risk scenario that they were cut off from global supplies.
So maybe China has been stockpiling, but it's also important to stress that Beijing has spent years trying to reduce its dependence on foreign oil through electric vehicles and alternative energy sources. Johnston says that alone doesn't explain what happened here, though. The drop in imports was simply too large. In fact, even as oil prices began to fall, China didn't rush back into the market the way many observers expected. So what else could explain this?
There could be the altruistic interpretation, which is that Beijing wants to kind of silently help the rest of the world. The US put particularly Asia in this horrific bind, this, energy insecure crisis that they could have, only in their wildest nightmares. And that, the implosion of the Asian economy broadly would be bad for China, particularly given the fact that China is attempting to diversify away from dependence on the US market, given the trade wars, towards Asia and Europe, the two areas that were going to be most hurt by this Hormuz crisis. So there's one argument that could have been, something that they were doing to try and, both support potential allies, but also, I think, even from a self-interested perspective, support alternative markets outside the United States, which was going to remain relatively insulated from this crisis, given North American energy, oil and gas.
That would not be insane, though. China's economy is still dependent on regional and global economic health. That's true, though. That's not really altruism, really. Their reserves are so much larger than ours, and they're capable of shifting demand much more robustly than we can. At the end of the day, they're still a capitalist country.
Production.
Right, so in other words, if China deliberately reduced its oil purchases, it may have been acting in its own economic interests. A major energy crisis would have hit Asia especially hard, and Beijing had plenty of reasons to avoid that outcome. But Rory Johnston says there's another possibility, one that's far more speculative and far more geopolitical.
Then there's the kind of more potentially nefarious kind of, I'll be frank, kind of tinfoil hat kind of interpretation here, which is, and I think we have to consider it, which is that there was some kind of secret deal struck between various governments. We know that the Trump administration was in Beijing through this crisis for a very high-profile talks. We didn't think much of it at the time. They did not seem particularly successful. You had no major announcements coming out of it. But it was around that time that you did see China pulling back most aggressively on its crude imports. Was there some kind of deal struck? We don't know what was in exchange, but there's something that Trump could have asked Xi Jinping to say, support us in terms of what China could have received in exchange. This is where we go to, maybe theorizing along the lines of the so-called Dun-Roe doctrine, which is, this idea that Trump has been trying to carve the world into these spheres of influence, that the United States was going to get the Americas, the Western Hemisphere. He was going to largely cede kind of geopolitical interest of Europe and Eurasia towards Moscow. And then Asia was going to kind of be left over for...
No offense here, but are you going to comment on this at all? There's not much to comment on, unfortunately, because we don't have transparent access to China's numbers. I'm kind of curious how they're spinning this. China has definitely not averted the problem. The Strait of Hormuz remains closed. We don't have a solution to the overall reduction in global output. We don't really have an answer to this, Global strategic petroleum reserves are still being depleted. America's is being depleted. The EU's is being depleted. China, it seems like China was a huge component in things not blowing up earlier, but They can't prevent everything, you know? I'm just thinking about it. We've redeployed ships over to the Persian Gulf. It looks like we're going to begin the blockade again, so Iran won't be able to get oil out. Have these damn sailors even been given a break? They were gone. They had like 2 weeks. They had like 2 weeks to chill. They're going to be committing mutiny. Hope the Ford gets a ship blasting again. We can only hope. EU friends say they want to see my asshole 24/7. Okay, we will take a look at the EU surveillance state stuff. Just let me pee first. It was a good one. No, I don't think they fixed the poop ship. At the risk of sounding insufferable, I have to push back a little on the Epstein point. Is it you pushing back a little bit, or is this actually the, let me see, third time you've made that message, and I saw it both of the last 2 times as well? While there are Einsteins today in terms of pure scientific output, they're just not as well known as Einstein because of the changing material conditions, yada, yada, yada. Yeah, but that's my point. I'm not saying that there aren't people with like a high IQ or whatever. I'm saying that Einstein was special not just because of his intelligence, but because the world accommodated people of his intelligence back then. They were given positions of prominence where they were allowed to make big changes. And a lot of that has to do with respect for the pure sciences. A lot of it had to do with the like hunger governments had at the time for massive scientific advancements. But at this point, that's done. Like all scientific advancements now are being prompted by corporate R&D. You get developments made by like you know, public grants or like university research teams or whatever, but the actual like effect of those R&D programs or pure science programs, they just get gobbled up by corporations. There's not really like an interest in elevating academics or intellectuals anymore. Nowadays, the most prominent intellectuals are people who can run a YouTube account well. It's the reason why like Zizek and Jordan Peterson were are some of the most like widely discussed academics or intellectuals over the past 20 years. It's not because they're like especially, you know, noteworthy in their output, certainly not with Jordan Peterson. It's because they're good at social media management. How do you account for something like CERN with your Einstein point? Sure. Do you know any of the scientists working at CERN? Do they get the ear of presidents? Do they get to go and meet with like a tour of powerful people and coordinate with governments to share the output of their research? It's not just about doing the research. It's about the celebritydom of intellectuals. Oppenheimer got to meet the president. Yes, he did, and also his talent was widely recognized within government. He was considered important. That was the 40s. Yes, that was back when we built things. They exist, but the world doesn't care anymore. That's my point. Okay. All new EU cars require a camera aimed at your face. Where that data goes is still anyone's guess. Can you, like, spray paint it or whatever? Probably not. Probably wouldn't let that happen. Advanced driver distraction warning system became mandatory under the EU's general safety regulation. The safety logic is sound, distraction kills, and regulators project thousands of lives saved over the next decade. And where does the data go? Where does the data go? Where does the data go? Until independent audits exist, the honest answer to where does my face data go stays uncomfortably simple. Nobody is officially checked. How interesting. No inquiry at all? I wonder why. Chat Control 1.0 passed the European Parliament through the back door. I love doing that. What are we talking about? A temporary derogation from e-privacy rules designed to detect online child sex abuse. Yeah, I'm sure that's what you're concerned with. Yeah. Whatever. German upper house advanced a bill to criminalize denying Israel's right to exist. Obviously. Criminal offense to publicly deny Israel's right to exist or call for its destruction. The measure, introduced by the western state of Hesse, would impose penalties of up to 5 years in prison or a fine for statements made publicly that deny Israel's existence or urge its destruction, but only if they encourage, quote, a willingness to commit acts of anti-Semitic violence or arbitrary acts. Or arbitrary acts. What a specific legal designation that definitely won't be abused in its interpretation. I'm not visiting Germany. The legislation has drawn sharp criticism from civil rights groups, free speech advocates, That's draconian as fuck, dude. Yep. Democracy's over. Yippee. We'll see how they do with that. Oh. I've seen so many people dunk on this.
I cannot.
I haven't seen it myself.
Choose between being a liberal and being a Zionist. Every term and all of the nomenclature that many of us used to use, especially if we are, liberals or Democrats, right?
Right. Why always with the fucking music, man?
None of that seems relevant anymore. This spectrum on both ends has been pulled so far that it's just a circle.
Totally.
It's like a messed up circle. So I don't identify, with many politics of the far left. I mean, and I don't identify with many of the things that the Democratic Party has chosen to prioritize, not just for the Israel reason or the Jewish reason. I think many of us feel very confused about our identity as Democrats because I think the Democratic Party has really let a lot of us down. And saying that earned me accusations of being a Republican in my own home.
It's so cool how all of this could have been eliminated if Biden just hadn't kowtowed to Israel after October 7th. The only reason people like this exist is because they were allowed to exist. The Democratic Party made it clear that they would be allowed to be, you can be pro-genocide and a Democrat. In fact, that's like the mainstream position, If it had immediately been tamped down on, then all these people would have been shamed into silence.
right? That's how polarized it got. That if you questioned what's going on in the Democratic Party, all of a sudden there's only one solution. That means you're a Republican. No, I got a lot of other choices in between, you know? The principles of liberalism hold true no matter what. I believe in upholding the fallen and healing the sick. I'm okay with also living in a country where some people believe in the welfare system and some people don't. Like, I was raised to understand that people have differences of opinion. We don't go shooting each other in the street about it, right? So none of that has changed.
What's she complaining about? It's a formless grievance from a person who's mad that they get dunked on by their kids for being a fascist.
Changed for me. I believe in many of the policies surrounding legalization of drugs, of prostitution. You know, I'm a liberal. However, this notion that support for Israel is in conflict with the Democratic Party is fallacious, and it's sinful. And in addition, whatever's happening on those far fringes of the right is also not appreciated. We have to get out of that binary, right? Absolutely. And this country is young, and whatever experiment we were doing seems to be revealing that there's something about this, you know, binary system that is not meeting my needs, certainly.
It's so many words that mean nothing. She's saying nothing. She's saying absolutely nothing. She's not committing to anything. It's literally just like, I hypocritically believe in some liberal values domestically, but I also believe in a perma-war genocidal ethno-state that slaughters Arabs abroad. I would also be willing to sacrifice literally all of my freedoms as an American if it meant protecting the ethno-state that I support. That's it. There's nothing. There's nothing here. It's all totally vacuous. There's a reason why these giga-Zionists stick to their own social circles these days.
As a liberal Jew, there's a lot of moral ineptitude. It is egregious to treat one minority population with such disdain, hatred, disrespect, and intensity.
That's why there's nothing specific here. It's all just vague babble.
When, if any other minority group received this kind of attention, there would be blood in the streets. That is the
They're basically baiting anti-Semitism. Well, they like anti-Semitism for the same reason that white supremacists are delighted when they go online and see, like, black people making jokes about white people, because it validates their worldview. White supremacists believe that races are in competition for supremacy over the world and that relationships between them are fundamentally adversarial, so they like it when they see other people doing race war shit. White supremacists love it when they go online and see black women be like, tell me why this white boy at the cafe just et cetera, et cetera. They love that shit. Likewise, Zionists, Jewish Zionists love it when they, you know, experience or encounter not like anti-Semitic violence, obviously, no one wants to get hit, but if they go online and they see like anti-Semitism, they're like, yay, my worldview. Now I feel justified in my support for a genocidal ethno-state. It's truly the only way, you know, ignore New York City and Los Angeles or whatever, the only way Jews could ever be safe in this world is through the existence of a nuclear, you know, perma-war genocidal ethno-state. So I'm validated now, you know?
Most suspicious aspect of what is going on, and this is what I tell my children. We don't have to agree on everything, but there's something conspicuously suspicious about the attention being paid to it.
Nothing's being said here. She's just mad that her children are dunking on her.
Israel.
Yeah. Jack. Hey, I'm jacking off. Got him. Was she the big Bang Theory lady? Malin Bialik? American actress in neuroscience, best known for her role in the sitcom Blossom. Played in The Big Bang Theory, Emmy Award. Yeah, okay, gotcha. Bazinga. Yeah. She has donated money to the IDF. Her family lives in Israeli settlements in the West Bank and Jerusalem. Yeah, it's always the same story. And describes herself as a liberal Zionist. Against calls for a ceasefire in the war between Israel and Palestine. attacked pro-Palestinian activists supporting their arrest. When criticized, she responded by limiting her comments and calling herself a victim of anti-Semitism. Always the same, always the same, always the same. Just Nazi shit, always Nazi shit. Just Nazi parasitism, really, like the extension of Nazi politics into a foreign country, meaning you can masquerade as a liberal in our own. It'd be like Nazis did this in America. There were Nazis in America who knew what Germany was doing at the time, back in the mid-1930s, but they also knew that the average American at the time was largely like unaware of the extent how bad it was. So they would lie about it and act like the German Aryans were just engaging in like liberatory politics from the, you know, the clutches of ineffective aristocratic democracy. Like they masqueraded their real intentions with pseudo progressive arguments in the West. Nazis always do this. They do it where they think they can get away with it. She promoted Under the Rocket's Glow, Shira's Journey to Courage, a children's book that portrays Israelis as the sole owners of Palestine. Nazis outside of Germany all pretended to be anti-war pacifists because that was the best way of aiding Germany's war effort. Yeah. America first, guys. Come on, don't get involved in the war in Europe. Come on, come on. That's not your business. A vegan? Damn, she literally thinks Palestinians are worth less than, animals. Here's a quote from her uncle, who is a famous Israeli poet. Quotation from Chaim Naman Bialik. I, too, like Hitler, believe in the power of blood idea. 1934. Hitlerism has perhaps saved German Jewry, which was being assimilated into annihilation. This is in 1934. At the same time, it has made the world so conscious of the Jewish problem they can no longer ignore it. Well, thank you, Chaim Naman Bialik, for your input. Least anti-Semitic Zionist, yup. A non-vaccinating family back in 2009. Attachment parenting movement. Reaffirmed that she and her spouse had decided not to vaccinate their children. So she's a neurosurgeon, but also a crank. Many such cases. Nazis are always cranks. In 2015, she said on social media her children had been vaccinated and she wasn't anti-vaccine. Just like a clear liar, too. Ugh. All right, well, anyway. Zionist freak gets dunked on by based kids. What do you want? Ah, man. Add Big Bang Theory to the title? Maybe. Maybe. She used her kids in that story to say she was scared of a t-shirt. Was that the original context?
I didn't know what I was going to find when
Oh God, I remember this.
Opened the gate to my house. I don't live in an expensive gated community. I live in a place where people can see me walking. I did not know what my children would experience. They have my name in their name. My older one is a doppelganger. I hate to say it. It's like Mayim Bialik walking around, like, you know, a little Mayim Bialik. That was terrifying to me. And when I saw what started happening to Jewish leaders, when I still see it, of course, many of us wondered, am I next? I had people approach me wearing Zionism is racism shirts in a parking lot not far from...
God, she's self-obsessed. It's literally like what would happen if you spent 60 years convincing American Nazis that they were actually liberals for wanting an ethno-state. Like, these people are more delusional than any actual Nazi was back in the 1930s because they were at least aware of their place in history. They were aware of the disruptive force they represented. They did not think they were liberals. These people think they're liberals. They're insane. They have legitimately been convinced by Jewish institutions, by mainstream media, by Democrats and Republicans both, by evangelicals, that it is progressive to be in favor of a genocidal ethno-state. They believe that. They actually believe it. And it's an ethnic narcissism that you get because they believe they're superior. Like, obviously, yeah, they're like, Nazis believe that their ethnic group is superior. These people believe their ethnic group is superior. So from their perspective, you have like the infinite persecution complex mixed with like a genuine sense of ethnic narcissism and superiority, which manifests in stuff that from our perspective seems insane, but to them, they cannot think of any other way to live.
Here at my favorite vegan joint with my children.
It's why they fall for their own propaganda.
And the thought occurred to me. What are my kids?
Like, the American Nazis in the 1930s knew they were lying when they said that you should be a pacifist and support America first and not get involved in the war in Europe. They knew they were lying. These people don't.
About to witness. Like a big dude coming up to me as I'm getting into my car. What is happening?
What is
That's
that?
terrible.
So, I mean, like, they sound insane to us. What do you mean? A guy wore a t-shirt, a big guy wore a t-shirt and walked by you? What did he do? Oh, he didn't do anything? Okay. You live in a place where people can see you on the sidewalk? Oh, you mean like every human alive except for like 0.01% of the population living in the hills. Okay.
Terrifying.
Yeah, no. Just genuinely like mentally ill people. I'm not entirely sure why this is the direction he's going with things, because it makes him look like a massive bitch. But Trump is so mad that he's not getting the SAVE Act passed that he's refusing to vote for the bipartisan housing bill. So it's just like getting in without his approval, which makes him look worse. Like, I don't know why he's doing that. Trump is allowing the bipartisan housing bill approved by Congress to become law without his signature. He's refusing to put his name on it. He's not vetoing it. He's just not signing it, which means that it becomes law after 10 days anyway. It's such like toddler behavior. If he vetoed it, they'd override it. Yeah, and that would make him look even worse. What's the point then? There is no point. It's just petulant. It makes him look like such a bitch. I don't understand. What does that mean, though? Nothing. It doesn't mean anything. It's becoming law either way. Not that it's going to fix anything. I will not sign the housing bill, which has been fully approved by Congress and sent to the White House, in protest over the fact that the U.S. Senate is not passing the Save America Act, which is polling at 97% with the Republican Party and very high with the non-politician Democrats. The act states, quite simply, that to vote a person must show photo ID, proof of citizenship, and that there will be no more crooked, corrupt, and destabilizing mail-in ballots, exceptions for military, disabled, illness, and travel. The Save America Act's non-passage is crazy. The Save America Act's non-passage situation is fucking crazy. Serious threat to any politician who votes against it. If the Democrats, or any rhino, or worse, working with them, did not allow a positive vote on Save America, terminate the filibuster, pass this, blah, 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 mentally ill, etc., etc. Yippee. I don't know, sorry. My analytical skills are a little bit fried. I feel like for the first hour of stream, I was on my shit. I burnt it out a little too early. I think it's because my back hurts. Kind of impressive he's as active as he is, considering his brain's literally gone. A lot of inertia there. What is Rahm Emanuel saying?
Prime Minister Netanyahu has done the former to the exclusion of the latter. And as a direct result, support for Israel is plummeting around the world. You've lost Europe, your biggest economic partner and market. Your scientists face exclusion from international conferences and research networks. Your artists and academics are shut out of exhibits and meetings. In 2022, 55% of Americans held a favorable view of Israel. Today, it is 37%.
What's the problem with it? Is he saying this positively or negatively? What are we on about?
And it is dropping. And among the youth of both America and Europe, the future of both America and Europe, it's even lower. The only diplomatic gain you've made in the last 3 years is Somaliland. As my grandmother would say, you lost America, you lost Europe, and you picked up Somaliland. Such a deal.
Because they signed the Abraham Accords? So I don't... He's at the University of Tel Aviv, Vosh, definitely saying it's bad? Oh, okay. Didn't Trump fire some election committee people or something like that? Yeah, who cares? I am fucking... I'm fucking out of it, man. What is going on today? Drink some coffee? Nah, it's because my back hurts. It's not me being tired. That piss killed your streak? Man partly sucked out of broken window on flight from Greece was pulled back by fellow passengers. Well, that's nice. Thanks, Ryanair. Average Ryanair flight. This is why you have to eat. If you're fat, you'll get stuck in the window. Apparently, Israel's headed for a constitutional crisis. Yeah, Netanyahu's ignoring the courts or something. Barely a democracy, anyway.
Last Sunday, Israel fell into a constitutional crisis when, in an unprecedented move, Benjamin Netanyahu's government announced that it formally rejected and would disobey a ruling by Israel's highest court. The government's
you can do that, can you? Why don't we do it?
Declaration related to a dispute over a media regulator, which at face value might not seem dramatic, but it taps into a much wider, long-running feud between Netanyahu and the Israeli judiciary. It sparked outcry in Israel and threatens to reignite simmering tensions in the polarized country. So in this video, we're going to explain this constitutional crisis, including the Israeli government's announcement, Netanyahu's long-running battle with the Israeli judiciary, and what it means for the country. Contrary to Trump's original talk of regime change, the war in Iran has apparently cemented the Iranian regime's grip on power. In the latest issue of our magazine, we explain how this happened. To understand...
No, that's not true. That's pretty bad.
There were a few institutions and organizations that we need to explain first. The first of these is pretty self-explanatory: the Israeli Supreme Court, the country's highest court. Then there's Channel 13, an influential but loss-making commercial broadcaster that's run various critical investigations into Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And finally, there's the second authority for television and radio, Israel's commercial broadcast regulator. Now, Channel 13 has been the subject of competing bids this year. One of these was from telecom magnate Patrick Drahi, a French-Israeli billionaire who founded and owns the Netanyahu-aligned I-24 news network.
It's the same story everywhere, man.
Critics, such as the Union of Journalists in Israel, said that if Drahi took control of Channel 13, it would further erode press freedom and would fit into the Netanyahu government's, quote, master plan to capture the media. However, Drahi's bid for Channel 13 was edged out by a competing bid from a consortium of tech entrepreneurs led by Israeli billionaire Asaf Rappaport, who is an outspoken critic of Netanyahu's government, particularly of his contentious judicial reform. This now takes us back to the second authority for television and radio, which, as the regulator, would need to approve the Channel 13 sale to Rappaport and his co-investors. The Regulatory Council is still mostly made up of appointees of the previous anti-Netanyahu government. The council's term expired at the end of 2025, and Netanyahu's government tried to appoint a new set of members. But some of these appointments faced legal challenges over things like conflicts of interest. So the Supreme Court ordered that until it issued a ruling on said appointments, the previous council would remain in place. But in a subsequent twist, several members of the Second Authority Council resigned, taking its membership count to below...
Whatever happened to that plane that crashed in the Indian Ocean? Apparently it just did that. I'm not joking. Apparently it actually wasn't a missile, like it just came apart. I don't know.
The 2/3 threshold required for quorum under Israeli law. These resignations apparently came after pressure from Communications Minister Shlomo Karhi, with the government reportedly aiming at paralysing the activity of the outgoing council, including the approval of the Channel 13 sale and clearing the way for the new council appointed by the government. At this point, the Supreme Court intervened again, with a ruling in mid-June stating that the Regulatory Council could continue to operate, even without meeting quorum, given the exceptional circumstances. This naturally frustrated the Netanyahu government even more, and so on Sunday the government issued an extraordinary statement, which the cabinet unanimously endorsed, openly rejecting the Supreme Court's ruling, claiming that it contradicted the law. Karhi and Justice Minister Yariv Levin accused the court of being drunk with power.
Whatever. It doesn't. It's like Israel's democracy is even more of a sham than our own. It doesn't really matter. Netanyahu has clearly been getting away with doing whatever the hell he wants for a long time. Do I want to watch that? Do I want to watch Dana Fash talk to Brad Lander? Yeah, fuck it. Why not? I don't fucking care. Sure,
Progressive
whatever, man.
challengers have ousted 3 incumbent
Fucking
Democrats in primaries just over the past month. 2 of those happened right here in New York City. Brad Lander and Daraliza Avila Chevalier both beat Democratic incumbents and are likely to win their November elections in these deep blue districts. Brad Lander joins me now. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
I want to ask, we were having these conversations earlier in the show, that there's definitely a leftward shift towards where you are philosophically. It showed up in your primary and others. But in less blue districts, there still are more moderate Democrats being elected, even right here in New York 17, where Republican Mike Lawler is the congressman. Kate Connolly won the same day you did. So do you think that progressives like yourself could actually win in a place that isn't deep, deep blue?
Well, I don't think the line really so much should be thought of as progressives versus moderates. To
They
me,
never fucking ask this question to moderates.
it's fighters versus folders. People are fed up with the status quo. They don't feel is working for them. And that's true for working families in more moderate or frontline districts. Look at someone like Pat Ryan in the Hudson Valley, who's been fighting on utility costs and just showing people I'm out there fighting for working families. And that's what I think can unite us. Whether you use Medicare for all and the Green New Deal, or whether you say, let's go confront the utility company that's bilking us. Like, that's the energy all Democrats need to bring this fall.
One of the big reasons you won your primary here is that you separated yourself from the incumbent Democrat Dan Goldman on Israel. You used the term
It's all they ever want to talk about. It's the only thing they ever want to talk about. These freaks, they nothing else matter. America is being besieged day in, day out with a nonstop cavalcade of genuine apocalyptic signifiers, and it literally never matters. It's not what they want to talk about. It's just they're just completely uninterested. It just has to be Israel over and over and over
genocide.
again.
He does not. You don't want to have the U.S. funding Israel militarily. You call yourself a liberal Zionist. What is a liberal Zionist?
I believe in the vision of a Jewish and democratic Israel. I care about the place, but I don't think it's possible for it to be democratic while it's occupying the West Bank and Gaza. And I don't think that Israel's conduct in Gaza, which I do consider a genocide, is consistent with Jewish values. So to me, it's like you stand up and you call it as you see it. I don't want to keep sending U.S. military aid to Israel while it's violating international law and Palestinian human rights, but I want it to actually honor international law and Palestinian human rights so it can be the Jewish and democratic.
It's pretty innocuous because he's doing the Mamdani thing, right? Like he supports Israel as a democratic state. It's just that Israel will never be a democratic state. Like the version, I mean, I guess like you never know how things are going to play out in the long future, but like the version of Israel that exists today is not the version that he supports. So meaningfully, his Zionism is politically ephemeral, you know?
Israel that I grew up believing in.
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I understand. You said that you don't think it's a democratic Israel?
I want it to be a Jewish and democratic Israel. Right now, I don't think it's modeling democracy while it occupies the West Bank and Gaza and half the people under its sovereignty can't vote. But I believe that when occupation ends, then it can be Jewish and democratic, and that's what I am going to be I'm fighting for.
Why are you not just a Zionist? Why do you say liberal Zionist? What do you think the difference is?
I mean, the Declaration of Independence that founded Israel says it would be a place for the ingathering of exiles and full civil and political rights for everyone living there. But Palestinians living in the West Bank facing settler terrorism or living in refugee camps in Gaza because their schools and hospitals were destroyed, they don't have full political and civil rights. So it is not living up to its founding vision. And to me, believing in Jewish and democratic means you got to fight for the human rights of Palestinians at the same time as you fight for the safety of Jews. I guess maybe a shorthand way of saying it is, I don't think Israelis will be safe until Palestinians are free, and they both need that.
Can I just ask you point blank, do you not call yourself a Zionist?
Jesus fucking Christ, dog. It literally... It's like in reference to the previous hysteria, right? Like it's the only thing they want to talk about. We know why she's doing this, but like it comes across as so deranged to everyone else.
It is a term that many people on the hard left have started to use as a slur against Jews.
Well,
no. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Oh my God. One of the top pundits on CNN. She's like, no, like she's like softballing the topic, and when he won't take the bait, she's like, yeah, well, what? How about because of like the left because the anti-Semites in the left who hate Jews, you know?
I mean, a liberal Zionist is a Zionist. I just want to make clear I'm not a Zionist like Ben Gvir or Smotrich who want to eliminate Palestinians. So that's why I say it.
You can be an American and not believe in what Donald Trump believes in.
To me, that's what I am here. I believe in the vision of a Jewish and democratic Israel, but it's got to change if it's going to be that, just like yes, this country.
Can I ask you one other question on this? Because you talked about genocide and you talked about occupying Gaza. And I've also heard you talk about the fact that Israel went too far after October 7th. What would you have wanted Israel to do when a bunch of civilians, about 1,200, maybe 900 civilians also.
What should they have done? What should they have done? What else could they have done besides build an open apartheid system and open air concentration camp and oppress them for decades and kill their protesters and dismantle their political authorities and send money to and promote the more like militant, violent aspects of their political outreach, and then force them into a position where it was very clear nothing other than violence would ever get them freedom, and then, you know, slaughter them en masse and bomb their refugee camps and order them to move around and displace themselves time after time after time and constantly advocate for the total eradication? What could they have possibly done, you know? What could they have done?
Members of the military, kibbutzniks, these were peaceniks,
Absolutely.
like you, who lived on the border with Gaza because they were
What was Germany supposed to do? They were forced into surrender in World War I by seditious parasitic elements of the Weimar Republic. What were they supposed to do?
Desperate for Palestinian rights, and they were murdered brutally. if you were asked what would you do in response, what would you have done?
I mean, let me first clarify. I think Hamas committed an act of genocidal terrorism on October 7th, and there had to be a response. I mean, priority one should have been return of the hostages, getting them back to their families, and that I think would have been done faster with a political deal. And yes, accountability for the Hamas.
Well, yeah, Hamas offered to return all the hostages day one in exchange for not invading Gaza, and Netanyahu said no. So, like, yeah.
Militants who conducted October 7th, 100%.
They claim
but not
that
killing 5,000 Palestinian kids under 5 and destroying.
When Israel says that they tried hard to avoid this. I'm just playing devil's advocate here.
Yeah. Just devil's advocate.
But Hamas is so evil that it hid those terrorists and the weapons inside civilian population centers.
War crimes don't justify other war crimes, and destroying every single school and hospital and mosque and community center in Gaza and still occupying 70% of Gaza, in addition to being a violation of international law, is just not working. This isn't actually going to make Israelis safe.
Can I ask you about?
Can I ask you? I have 57 more probing attempts at calling you like a bad Jew. Can we like get to the next attempt on my part?
Today, you endorsed Abdul al-Sayed, who's running against Haley Stevens in Michigan. They're running to be the Democratic nominee for Senate there. He was asked by my colleague Isaac Dovere if someone could be a Zionist and a progressive. Here's what he said. Every definition of a Jewish state ends up in some articulation of illiberal values, every single one. How did you square what you just said about believing in the notion of a democratic Israel and what he said?
It would have to not be a Jewish state, obviously.
Which is, there is no such thing.
I mean, we disagree on that. That's how I square it. Now, we agree on a lot of.
For you that
well, look, I met Abdul
endorsement?
through our dear mutual friend Adi Barkan, this amazing activist who died of ALS, courageously championing Medicare for all. And I don't think anybody's going to fight as hard to fulfill Adi's vision of healthcare for everybody as Abdul al-Sayed and fight to get money out of politics. We disagree on this. Now, I believe that he cares about.
What would be a good way to flip the scrivener without looking an asshole? I think that progressive politicians need to just keep asking, why are you obsessed with Israel? You literally never stop talking about it. I talk about Americans. I fight for American rights, Jewish or non-Jewish, here in America, nonstop. And all you ever want to talk about is Israel, 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 Israel. A litany of international organizations have made it clear that they are committing genocide. This is like an unambiguous, this is an asked and answered topic. Your obsession with asking me about it draws suspicion from the American people. Why are you so much more obsessed with Israel than you are America? Why do you not care about America? Like, it's the only really way. It's not bad faith either. It's true. They don't care about America. But like, that's pretty much the only way to go about it.
Fighting for the safety of Jews in Michigan and the human rights and dignity of Israelis. He believes in a binational state with equal rights for all its people. I believe in two states, one majority of Jews with equal rights for its Palestinian minority, one a majority of Palestinians with equal rights for its minority Jews.
You're going to have to get
That's a difference. Of course we are, and a lot else is going to have to change. We're going to have to get Netanyahu out and Ben-Gvir and Smotrich out and Hamas out. It's a difference that we have, but at the base level, you don't compromise on anyone's humanity. And
you don't think by him not believing in what you believe in the notion of a Jewish state of Israel compromises your humanity?
I don't. I mean, he's been clear that he wants full and equal civil rights and human rights for Israelis and Palestinians and for Jews. We have a difference in how we approach achieving it, but I believe that there's room to work together.
Just one other question.
Just one other question.
Question of Zionism.
Oh yeah. Oh wow. What a fucking novelty. Really, a question on Zionism. Holy shit. I was expecting it was going to be about literally anything having to do with American politics. Please continue.
I've been listening to some of the podcasts that you're on and watching some of your interviews, and you talk about how you get attacked from the left, of which you are a part. Being called a Zionist baby killer, and on the right, or maybe in the Jewish world, calling you a capo, which for people who don't know, those were the Jews who...
This is what they think of you. It's crazy how insular the like far right Jewish Zionist caste is, that they don't think they come across as psychotic, essentially just like airing out these, like, imagine it's like the Jewish Zionist equivalent of white supremacists. Like if Tucker Carlson had a Republican on and it was like, how do you respond to the accusations that you're a servile goy? How do you respond to accusations online that you're a white cuck and that you love being cucked by BBC? Like that's literally you're airing these like hyper specific aggressive accusations of racial betrayal in a public forum. Like it's not, this isn't happening like in a synagogue. You know, you're beefing between like Jewish community leaders or whatever. You're having like a local conversation. This is on fucking CNN.
Or helping keep the peace, so to speak, in the Nazi concentration camps. And I ask this because this word Zionist has been turned into a slur. By a lot of people.
Like
and
how racism means
talk
anti-white.
about how you have experienced that yourself. Deborah Lipstadt, who is a world-renowned scholar on these issues, I asked her, she said, I do believe that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. However, I also believe that anti-Zionism has morphed into its own kind of demonization and hatred, a prejudice all its own.
So I disagree with that also. I mean, Zionist can be used as a slur, and believe me, if you look in my mentions, I hear it that way. But you know, my son, is named after this guy, Marek Edelman, who was a Bundist, a Jewish democratic socialist in the Warsaw Ghetto, who helped lead the Warsaw Ghetto uprising. Like that. So seriously, I take the legacy of Jews who fought Nazis. He was not a Zionist. He didn't believe in a sovereign Jewish state. Even Albert Einstein, who they asked to be the president of Israel, wanted it to be safe for Jewish life in present Israel and Palestine, but he worried that Jewish sovereignty would have dangerous consequences. So there are anti-Zionists who are members of my synagogue, who I can tell you are absolutely not anti-Semitic, who care about the safety of Jews, who don't believe that the state is making Jews safer.
He really is tone-mugging her so hard. Like she has nothing to offer the conversation, just an incessant like train of attempted gotchas.
That's not my position, but I don't think it's anti-Semitic.
Let's look ahead to 2028. What do you expect and want from a Democratic candidate for president?
First and foremost, a vision of an economy that works for working people, a vision for healthcare and housing and childcare that people can afford. Folks are desperate. They feel the system is rigged against them. Now they see like AI data centers poisoning their water and taking their jobs. A vision that works for working people. A vision for political reform. We're going to have to do something about the Supreme Court, about gerrymandering, about money in politics. And also
hold on a second. We're talking, Brad Lander, you fucking idiot. These are American political topics. We were talking about Israel. We have 3 more hours of Israel talk.
Full energy, I have to tell you, like what's been moving in New York since the Knicks won and we have the World Cup. There's a hopeful energy that Mayor Mamdani's been able to tap into. I wanted something like that for our country as a whole.
Going back to our discussion before, there are, I think, at least a trio, maybe more, of potential candidates in 2028 who are Jewish. You have
like she again, like it's the reason why they lost the propaganda war so badly. Why every American now, every good red-blooded American knows that Israel is a demon country, and that advocacy for Israel is advocacy for the devil. And it's because they buy their own propaganda. Like there is none of the artifice or like level-headed disingenuousness that you've gotten from seasoned propagandists. They're all like hysterical. They look fucking insane on every level, whether they're pretending to be liberal or not. Like they're all fucking lunatics. Like every Zionist in media looks like Huckabee or Randy Fine. Like they're crazy. No self-awareness, no attempt at like navigating the media landscape to try to find like novel positions to defend their point. It's just all the time maximal 100% this.
Josh Shapiro, governor of Pennsylvania, J.B. Pritzker, Illinois, Senator Ossoff, senator from Georgia, and Rahm Emanuel. They're all critical of Prime Minister Netanyahu, but they all believe in Israel's right to exist and have stopped short of calling what's happening in Gaza genocide. Do you think that somebody with those views and that religion could be the nominee for president in the Democratic Party?
I do. I think it's going to require clarity that we need a reset in the U.S. relationship with Israel. I think saying we're not going to continue to provide the 2,000-pound bombs that destroyed Gaza, that we're going to insist on human rights and international law compliance, and we're going to stop aid until that happens, and that Israel has to step up to recognizing that what's necessary is self-determination for Palestinians and Israelis, a horizon of political mutual recognition and peace. Look, and I'm happy to explain to any of them why I think Raphael Lemkin, the Polish Jew and Holocaust survivor who developed the term genocide, the Lemkin Institute considers what's happening there a genocide, like Omer Bartov, an amazing Israeli Holocaust scholar.
So is that a litmus test?
I don't think it's a litmus test. I think it's something useful for people to look at and grapple and reckon with. We've spent thousands of years as the victims. It's a rough grappling with what it means in some ways to be a perpetrator. I think it's a useful dialogue for American Jews to have, but I don't think it's a litmus test in the presidential race. I do think a reset in the U.S.-Israel relationship.
President Trump is in Turkey right now. He said this morning he will consider selling.
Makes sense that she would be their envoy to Netanyahu.
As a Jewish state, and just you.
That Iran does not have a nuclear weapons program.
The issue of supporting Israel as a Jewish state and just U.S. support for Israel overall, they have become a central issue in American politics, really a litmus test right now in Democratic.
It's so cool that, like, while interviewing an American U.S. House candidate, all she wants to talk about is Israel. Constant, like, hey, don't you think you're a bad Jew? Questioning. But then you get Netanyahu on the line. And it's like, don't you think it's sad that more Americans are critical of Israel than ever before? It's like, it's a Groyper factory, man. It's a fucking Groyper factory. This interview clip is crazy. Oh, is this the interview in which Netanyahu said he personally doesn't think America should be giving Turkey F-35s?
It said this morning that they are great friends, and not just the two of them, the countries of the United States and Turkey, and that Turkey is perhaps a better ally than other so-called allies. So he is considering giving the country these planes, F-35s.
Well, as I said, it would destroy the power balance in the Middle East because Turkey, I think, has aggressive aspirations. I mean, they openly say that. They want
to... From you, dog?
To restore the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire not only included Turkey.
Every accusation is a confession. With these fucking Nazis, man. Every fucking time with these people. Every fucking time. When the alt-right was big on YouTube, they would constantly act like the left wanted a race war. They would always do this. That the left is the one that wants the race war. The left wants to eradicate white people. The left is the one who's importing people to destroy white politics or whatever. It's always projection.
It included many other countries, included Syria, it included pieces of Jordan, included all of...
Don't you think it's a little odd to say liberals won't stop talking about Israel when it's like 75% of your commentary at this point? Dog, legitimately, I don't talk about Israel except when the story is about Israel. Dana Bash had a U.S. House candidate on. That's the only thing she wants to talk about. Do you think I would want to talk about that 100% of the time with a new House candidate who just unseated an incumbent, Dan Goldman? That's the only thing I want to talk about? I talk about Israel because these people make it relevant. These people have hinged America to a suicide pact with Israel. I bring it up because it's relevant, because there's geopolitics happening. It's like, I don't... The idea that I'm the one involving Israel... when it's the only thing these people can talk about. It's like Mamdani. Like, Mamdani never fucking talked about Israel or Palestine on the campaign trail. He was just asked about it all the time. He didn't initiate these conversations, like, at all. When I interview candidates, I don't bring up Israel because it's like, yeah, open and shut. They're a Nazi state. I don't care. Like, yeah, I know. I'm not interested in it. but these weird cloying over and over and over. Just one more question. Just one more question. Oh, you talked about America for a second? Sorry, bucko. Let's go back to the previous topic. Israel, you know? It's crazy. It's insane. These people are insane. They are mentally ill. It's all they want to talk about.
Present-day Israel included some Gulf countries. So this is not a force for peace and stability. And if you give, this kind of radical regime that admittedly smiles to America when it is necessary, or smiles to the president of the United States when it's necessary, when you give them that power, you're going to see aggression in its wake. I wouldn't do that.
As opposed to you, who have not done anything violent with our weapons. Yeah. Don't give them mentally ill because it might excuse them. I don't excuse mentally ill people for their bad behavior. That's an other people problem. I do think they're mentally ill. I think that mental illness can be politically spurred and inspired. I think that, like, Nazis might not be mentally ill in the sense that they have, like, a brain abnormality, but they are in the sense that their deliberate political irrationalism leads them to a hostile relationship with reality, which is kind of a definition of mental illness, right? Like atypical mental faculties that cause you harm in your day-to-day life. Like that earlier woman, the Zionist liberal, who apparently freaks the fuck out if a guy walks past her in a t-shirt. That's mental illness. That's mental illness. She's like breathlessly, like on a podcast, and this guy, he was this big guy, and he had a shirt saying Zionism and racism. You weren't there. He was right next to me. This is mental illness. What she's doing right there is mental illness. She is mentally ill. This is not a rational relationship with reality. It's not just her cynically lying for clout there. She is genuinely hysterical. It is mental illness. What is this? Man, aren't we done with her?
So for me, I am going to be working everywhere. The best thing that I can do for James Tallarico isn't me standing on a stage with him. It is the fact that I endorsed 5 candidates in the runoff who all happen to be black men in the state of Texas, and every single one of them won, and they're going on to November, meaning that they will pull out more black people.
Man, that's crazy. Racial politics, racial grievances. Treating politics like a series of cynical bids you make with racial demographics rather than like an attempt to promote policy that actually improves people's lives. That's crazy. What a surprise from the woman who only ever wants to talk about race.
To vote. People keep trying to say, well, Jasmine has to go and hold his hand. No, I don't. And don't worry about my math and how it works in my mind.
No, I know you're not committed to helping a good Democratic candidate win over a Republican in a Texas Senate seat. We know you're mostly concerned with racial grievances. We're aware of that fact. Thank you.
Because the reality is that if you can give people more than one thing to vote for, then you have a better chance of getting them out to the polls. And honestly, some people just not going to be sold on certain people that are running in the state of Texas. So the best thing that
she won't even say his name because she's a massive fucking pussy. She just wants to drama bait. She knows she's washed and is only ever going to live on as like a blue MAGA racial grievance promoter. So she's just like tossing rocks from the other side of the fence.
I can do is take down ballot candidates who no one's ever heard of and do my best to uplift them and increase the voter participation in a way that we did in Texas. You see, a lot of haters got a lot of things to say about me and my race and how I ran it, but the reality is that there was a lot of racist, not a lot, it was racist. It was a racist race. It is what it is, right? But we live in America, as y'all are celebrating too.
Never a specific claim or accusation, just always this vague gesturing.
50, okay? We know what this country is.
Also, what the fuck is her necklace? Oh, Jesus Christ. All she ever talks about is race and herself. Race and herself nonstop. Oh, wow, that's nice. And this is being shown by the fucking Lone Star Liberty PAC. This is Ken Paxton's team. She is like she is so salty about losing to a white man. She's giving ammunition to Ken Paxton. Phenomenal. Kind of feel bad for her. You really shouldn't. She's a racist. The only reason she's not a Republican is because she's black. Somebody said this is a good video.
Housing costs and affordability are among the biggest issues in America today. Construction is too expensive.
Wait, wasn't that Canada?
Are among the big.
No, Chicago. Sorry, I don't know where I read Vancouver.
Always feels like it's in short supply. Adjusted for inflation, America now adds less housing per household than it did in the late 1960s. And
my point is you can't simultaneously say you don't bring it up, but also say Israel's a litmus test for everyone else. I disagree. Nazis bring up race all the time. I don't really. I respond to racial politics as I see it, but I'm not like obsessed with race. I feel like my analysis is pretty like race neutral, but I'm perfectly well within my right to say that if you're obsessed with racial grievances, that's a litmus test for me. That doesn't mean I'm obsessed with race. They are the ones who have decided to hitch their reputation and political cause to a genocidal ethno-state. I'm just saying, yeah, if you do that, that's a no for me. Like that doesn't indicate an equal level of obsession. Like hating the Nazis doesn't mean you're as obsessed with racialism or anti-Semitism as the Nazis. I really resent the fact that Israel has to be brought up so much in the context of geopolitics because it's exceptionally boring. Like, Israel is evil. Every statement made by their representatives is evil. Everything they do is evil. They're invading like 50 countries right now. It's fucking boring. There's no moral nuance. There's literally nothing there. Like, it's like they're just evil and everything they advocate for is evil and everyone knows it, but some people pretend not to. It's deeply disengaging. It's insincere from top to bottom. There's not really any like genuine believers to argue with outside of people who are fucking hysterical. And even if there were any people to argue with, all you could really do is point at reality to them and then they would shut the blinds. I don't want to have to talk about it so much. Israel is, as far as I'm concerned, ought to be an irrelevant backwater third world country because that seems to be best reflective of the views that it has. It has the tribalistic politics of a underdeveloped country. Like the only thing propping it up is the military-industrial complex that we helped subsidize. I long for a world where this country of 10 million people is regarded as irrelevant and no longer demand so much international discourse. But as long as they are nuclear and we have decided to commit to a suicide pact with it, we're kind of forced to talk about it.
Cost of building has far outpaced almost everything. Now, it's tempting to say that the issues are mostly zoning, interest rates, or regulations of your specific city. And those factors certainly do matter. But really, the housing situation is the most visible symptom of something much bigger happening in the broader...
I get it, but let's be honest, who do you think brings up Israel more, you or liberals like Destiny or Hutch? I don't watch Destiny or Hutch, I have no idea. They don't really talk about it. Yeah, like the same way Brian Tyler Cohen doesn't talk about Israel. It doesn't really make them look that good. No, what is that? I genuinely don't understand the point that you're trying to make. Like the hysteria and obsession with Israel are committing to defending them no matter how obviously bad they are has put us in a position where Israel is extremely geopolitically relevant. That does not explain why people like Dana Bash it's the only topic of their interest. Dana Bash is interested in Israel because she is a lunatic ethno-nationalist. I'm interested in Israel because of people like Dana Bash. I don't understand the equivocacy, to be honest. I would love it if we were not tied indefinitely to Israel, whereas Dana Bash wishes that the entirety of Americans 401ks were liquidated and invested into Israeli markets. I don't know. There's these are clearly different things, right?
Economy. There are two major forces at play. America has slowly stopped building physical structures, and it no longer pays for the investment that it does make. In this video, you'll see why in America we can no longer fund our own investment. The major shift...
I don't know. I don't think I'm in the headspace right now for more housing stuff. Maybe we'll watch this later. Besides, in my analysis, Israel is really just a representative force for capital anyway. It's not really a thing in itself. People who care about Israel don't usually care about Israel because they care about defending a Jewish ethno-state. They just understand it as a vice signal for, the support of American geopolitical interests and capital. To the extent that those aren't exactly the same thing. You know what I mean? Also, if you want to talk, you can talk in chat. You don't have to donate. I can see messages in chat. What is this? It sure seems like many people on the far left throw the term establishment around when they'd rather be using the N-word instead. Yes, many people use the term establishment to refer to black people. That's true. Yeah, that's true. I need y'all to read what I did not say. Yeah. Grievance politics farmer? Host the Mean But True podcast. Yes. They're federal agents. It's Hezbollah. Mossad money. All right, well, I'm chilling. Can we've been doing so much doomsaying. Can we do some freeform shit? Can we chill? What are we up to? Just talk with me. Talk with me like I'm a person, okay? Hope stream? I did not say that. Life blows. My life's fine. How about a funny video? No. How do you deal with a teething kitten? I have no idea. Never asked myself that. A little bit better, Miss Genderlin. Have you seen the back rooms? No. All right, it's just questions. Insufferable. I don't know why I ask you people to pitch anything at me. Great stream. Can't we all get back to being humans? Whatever that means. I don't know what that means. We're all humans. Humans are just like this. Do you think pescatarianism is just as bad as being a carnivore? Like general carnivore? No, of course not. Pescatarianism is preferable to eating whatever. Yeah. Have you seen Obsession? Watch all of my streams. You would know the answer if you'd watched every one of my streams 24/7. We have anything in the Reddit? Not anything in the Reddit right now. I have like a baseline number of arguments that I need to have with people per stream, or I feel like I haven't done anything. How many arguments we had today? Not really any. We argued today? What does Vosh actually want people to do? Many have taken to bashing Vosh lately for all the doom and gloom seen in his channels, hours of content on climate change, declining birth rates, various other wide-scale issues. While I appreciate the information, what does he actually want people to do? I resent the idea that I need to, like, hand you solutions to these problems. Like, talking about these problems, I can do whatever the fuck I want. It's my channel. If I want to talk about these problems, like, you can find another YouTuber who's talking about, like, post-collapse survival or whatever. His main memes is eat rice and beans. Does he think having a few extra $100 in a savings account can help in Florida's commute or whatever? Yeah, don't be in Florida. Like it's like I don't understand. People love to like inflict their anxieties on me. You know, I don't really know what's to be done about this. Like, yeah, a bunch of bad things are going to happen. Do the best you can. Maybe you'll get lucky. You can't solve the end of the world. He wants you to subscribe and donate and ring the bell icon. Fucking true. Absolutely. Move to the Midwest and Pacific Northwest. That might help. That might help. Maybe. You should leave Florida. You should leave Florida if you can. Get a tier 4 sub. Just do it. Just do it. Ever played Getting Over It? Old meme. You should arrange a talk with Zizek? No. I have no interest in talking to Zizek. Why would I press him on his trans views? I don't know. You just want to see a conversation between us. Do you use minoxidil? What is minoxidil? Wait, is that the hair growth one? No, I don't use any minoxidil. Maybe I will, though. I mean, like, eventually everyone's hair thins, right? No matter what. Maybe I will use it. It's supposed to be pretty good. That's not a new shirt, is it? It is a new shirt. I got it yesterday. I don't want to talk to people who disagree with me. I don't want to talk to people who agree with me. Yeah, maybe like maybe the temporary bubble of like Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson-esque internet discourse where everything is framed in the context of a pseudo-intellectual debate wasn't actually like the only way for people to engage with politics. Maybe like political commentary is a intellectual tradition that goes back millennia, and the idea that all of it has to be subsumed by adversarial conversations is like a very Dawkins, like new atheist concept, you know? Nah, I don't believe in all that shit. Finasteride prevents hair loss. Minoxidil causes hair growth. Okay, gotcha. Bosch wants disagreements. He just doesn't want his mods doing it. Dog, nobody wants to argue with their mods. That's such a fucking Monka-S situation, you know? Got a little hangnail here. What if they unionize? What if they rise up? Minoxidil is pretty toxic to cats from what I've heard. Talk to more political candidates about domestic policy. But no domestic policy happens. What domestic policy? What do you mean? What domestic policy? Congress doesn't pass bills. What domestic policy? What's happening? When was the last time policy happened domestically? Biden attached the Infrastructure Investment Act to a budget bill, and we spent $50 trillion on a sidewalk. You know what policy? Oh, Seattle's waterfront is great, really, really good. Panic is all over. That's fucking true. Thanks to $10, Texan Pickle. Panic sell everything. Why it's hard to hate AOC. She's accomplished nothing, but who has these days? Well, no one in Congress doesn't do anything. It's not you electing people to Congress, as far as I'm concerned, is about having public voices who can push back on the deep state uniparty, you know, omnisegment bullshit. Not for like policy. No policy is going to be passed. It's not happening. One hopes, Mr. Gelgu. Yes, the deep state uniparty omnisegment. Very true. Very true. Wish I could jump through space and time. Wish I could turn back time to the good old days. Minoxidil is hyper deadly to cats. I'm a trans woman and I'm keeping a bad hairline over even slightly risking it with my cats. Really? That's interesting. Okay. I hadn't heard any of that. Okay. I have to look into that. Sorry, that's a choice you're forced to make. Not to sound blasé, but just store it securely. From it being on your head, dumbass. It gets on your head and then you lay on a pillow. And then the cat walks on the pillow and then licks their paws. I bought a rice cooker recently. I'm in love. It's a very useful tool. You can get it in pill form. No. Oh. Is it the unisegment or the omnisegment? I think it should be the omnisegment, because unisegment kind of implies something different. Omnisegment is better, I think. How do you expect those of the secular persuasion to deal with the idea we should prop up certain religious groups? What the fuck are you talking about? When have I ever said we should prop up certain religious groups? I don't know what the hell you mean by that. L bait. All bait is L. Yeah, I have no idea, nuts. Also, that was like a week ago. What's the discourse been? I don't know anything that's going on right now. I know, like, so Denham's won the lawsuit against Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein will presumably not learn anything from this. Denham's is upset with Ryan Grimm, which is fair. You know, what's even happening? Who's talking? What's the hot buzz these days, you know? Minoxidil pills aren't recommended for trans women because they increase face and body hair growth too. Ah. I guess I don't need any then. I'm pretty damn hairy. My biggest gripe with Vosh, he often used Marxist analysis and adopts the leftist mantle, but he's a self-ascribed liberal. I mean, when I say I'm the last liberal, what I mean is that I'm a believer in Enlightenment era liberal political values, which in fairness, Karl Marx was as well. Karl Marx was highly informed by liberalism in his writings, you know? Like communism, or I guess like Marxist analysis, isn't a rejection of the normative values of liberalism. Not all of them, at least, right? The idea of like, you know, representation, democracy, civic participation. These are fundamentally like liberal values. It's a synthesis, right? It's a play off of the existing ideology. It's part of the dialectic. Big drama right now. I'd like the Imiru Asmongold thing, where Asmongold's like computer password is the N-word or something. I don't even know who Imiru is, or Miskiff. I'm sorry, I'm not in on this. This is like a Twitch thing, I think. Denham's reviews the logs between Asmon and Namiro leaked by Ms. Kim. Yeah, I'm sorry. This is a Twitch thing. I've been out of it for too long. I'm out. I am out. Peaceful beyond the walled garden? I don't know if that's true. Wish I could turn back time to the good old days. Fascist song. I remember discovering Denham's when you interviewed her playing Fall Guys LOL. Yeah, and then I like forgot I talked to her. In fairness, if I talked to her years ago, how am I supposed to remember? How the hell am I supposed to remember? Why does Vosh never debate anyone who has a different opinion than him? Wrong? I argue with chat and Reddit all the time. Yeah, I think people have genuinely forgotten, like the vast majority of political commentary online and before the internet existed was not framed through a debate format. Like, I like the idea, I don't understand. He talks about political analysis and he covers the news, but he doesn't bring on people for debates. He doesn't even do blood sports. How is it even politics then? Your memory's really bad. That's fucking true. You debated Denham's about Evangelion? Did I actually? Is that true? She was at your birthday stream? I don't think I've ever, like, talked to Denham's. That's what I remember. I don't remember, like, the cavalcade of people who come on stream to say this or that. I remember, like, DMing. Like, hey, congratulations on winning the lawsuit. That might have been a thing I would DM Denims if I had ever talked to her in person, and I would remember that if that had happened. But like people coming on stream, it's like, it's all just a stream, you know? It all blurs together. So you want a conversation? What the fuck is there to converse about? I understand not debating the right, but why not libs? Debate them on on what? Like what? Can you name 100 women? Genuinely? Okay, listen, I resent the implication that I would not struggle to name 100 men. I think the overall conversation when it comes to secularism is it shouldn't be used in a fashion that demeans other faiths. I don't mind demeaning faiths. I don't really care. You shouldn't be like a dick about it interpersonally. But like I don't really care. It's okay to like be mean to people being wrong a little bit. I think that's probably okay. Here, 1 second. My persistent back pain is making me feel like, hold on. Hold on. My back is kinda killing me. I might be a little later, like after picking blank up, and we get food. The back pain is making me grumpy. That's true. That's true. Gotta get back on my PT, man. Why not have guests? I don't, you have to pitch this to me in a way that I find interesting. I feel like people mistakenly assume that because they're interested in something, I'll be interested in something. So they're like, I mean, what you just said was have an expert on cats on or something. Okay, but I don't want that. Like you want that. I don't want that. So like what, you have to pitch it to me. I have to pee again. Falling apart. I think it'd be cool if you had the family from the necessary conversation on. What is the necessary conversation? What are you referring to there? Just piss yourself? Tempting. Here, 1 second. Why don't you stream anymore at 5 p.m.? Because I've been so fucking busy lately during the evenings, man. I've been so fucking busy. Here, wait 1 sec. Akira. Ooh. Little cat. Made a little cat face. It always comes down to like everyone wanting debates. I maybe it's because I don't like watch other people's content or whatever, but I don't see any conversations happening that look even like remotely interesting. Every time I see people argue, I'm like, holy shit, I'm so fucking glad that I'm not one of these people, because this looks insufferable and exhausting and like a huge waste of time and like boring. You know? You don't like Dean Withers? I don't watch Dean Withers. Also, like what? Intellectually owning fucking Trump supporters? What do you they're barely sapient. Barely sapient. And then like what are the liberals on about? I feel the what am I going to do? Convince them of like the broader Marxist, like I'm going to sit a liberal down and be like, here's how all of the little problems that have been building up over time are caused by like the central corrosive force of capital undermining democracy. Like what are they going to say? No, you. I feel like most liberals agree with me anyway, right? I feel like the average, like, normie liberal would listen to, like, they might not agree with the reasons I arrive at my conclusion, but when I speak about, like, this overriding, like, the feeling of doom that we've, like, reached the end of the line and that nothing is going to get better again, I feel a huge number of them would agree with me on that. They just wouldn't really, like, agree with or engage with the reasons why I say that. You know what I mean? I feel like a lot of liberals are pretty, like, amenable to that. I think Destiny thinks that way. The one and only clip that I've seen of like internet drama was some months ago. I saw people link. I was curious. It was Hutch and Destiny talking, and Hutch was just doing some like insufferable, you know, vote the collapse of Western civilization away bullshit. But Destiny seemed, I feel, pretty like bearish on Western civilization. Like it seemed to me like he was like, well, it does kind of seem like Republicans get to do literally whatever they want. Like Republicans get to do literally anything they want. There are no legal consequences. Nobody in the Democratic Party is strong enough to push back. Like nothing is happening and everything's getting worse. And like it seems like things are collapsing. So I mean, I agree with that, right? But then you get into like why it is, and it's like, no, it's not capital interests, some other shit. And it's like, oh, well, whatever, who cares? It's not like engaging with this is going to like, you know, alleviate the cause, let alone the symptoms, you know? Like some kind of general consensus on the cause here isn't going to change the path of the river. Destiny challenged you to an Israel debate just a few days ago. Okay, yeah. This is what I mean. Like it's like just incredibly uninteresting. Israel. You know, it's a demon country. It's like Russia. You know, fascist, ethno-national, whatever. It's just super boring. Like I've said, like it's in the vein of one day everyone will have always been against this. The arguments will shift more and more towards devil's advocacy, where the real argument isn't like whether or not Israel is good, because everyone will have to accept Israel as bad. Now it's going to be like, will you oppose Israel in an anti-Semitic fashion or something? You know what I mean? Oh, yeah, I'm not defending Israel, but you attacked Israel in a bad way and you did it too early. You were too right too early, or you were wrong, but in a specific way. And it's like, I don't think anyone cares about this. I don't think, you know, we're not, a vanishingly small percentage of the American population is actually like Jewish Zionists with a personal stake in the narrative of ethnic supremacy. For the rest of us, this is just a proxy argument. My argument really is that it's all a proxy for capital. Like, you know, it's not as though like the world is legitimately falling on the sword over the right for Jewish people to have their own state. Like no one fucking cares about that directly. It's all about like using them as a proxy for capital interests, even in the abstract cultural sense, not directly. You know, it's not like Israel is or represents a substantial portion of American wealth or like global wealth or whatever. They don't. Israel's disproportionately wealthy for a Middle Eastern country, but the total amount of money circulating through Israel isn't that much. It's just that, you know, capital needs to erode democracy and wants to commit the world to a, you know, worsening set of tribal and, you know, xenophobic conditions, because it's of interest to the capital class to divide and conquer, cause economic crises so that you can engage in capital consolidation, you know, regulatory capture, and to that extent, supporting Israel is like part and parcel to the outcome. You know, it could be anything. Didn't have to be Israel. It could have been any country, really. I watch you and Destiny stream every day. The difference in how you guys come to conclusions is crazy. That's an interesting thing to say. Could you elaborate on that? I'm not really personally interested in what Destiny believes for the same reason I'm not personally interested in what, like, any talking head online. I don't watch, like, political content anymore. Literally, when I'm done with like, I watch Unlearning Economics and, like, occasionally Gary's Economics or whatever. I mean, I love folding ideas. There are video essayists who I like, but by and large, like, political commentary, I just don't. Sometimes I catch a Majority Report segment. Like, that's pretty much it for me, I think. I am interested, I guess, in, like, the abstract of, because so I don't watch it directly, so I don't want to misrepresent it. Not necessarily because I care about their dignity or honor or whatever, but I just don't want to be, like, wrong. I have, like, an opinion. I want the opinion to be based on at least a vaguely correct belief. But my understanding or my feeling is that Destiny's community is very nihilistic. Like, the advocacy for good outcomes is more framed in the context of sustaining internet controversy and drama. It's more about the process of engaging with it. Like, there is no innate there's not much emotional investment in good things for the sake of good things. It's that, like, being in favor of nominally good things puts you in an adversarial position against people, and, like, the engagement between you and them is entertaining, right? Which, of course, like, edutainment is a huge part of what I do as well, though obviously not, like, in a debate context. But if you're so nihilistic about it, my thought is, like, if we all agree these are the end times, what are we doing about it? You know what I mean? That's what I mean. Yeah, like, because if we don't believe in politics anymore, my assumption is that a lot of people who watch Destiny understand that there's no coming back from this. And I don't mean that in, like, a late stage capitalism is finally collapsing way. I mean, like, in an evident way, in a way that aligns with the expectations and analyses of liberal economists as well. Not just communists, but, like, we all kind of understand this. We can read the writing on the wall. The institutions aren't just crumbling, they are fundamentally illegitimate. The Supreme Court is fundamental. I'm almost positive that Destiny would agree with this. The Supreme Court is illegitimate. Like, the rulings they are putting out, the conservative wing of it at least, are, like, genuinely insane. Their interpretations, the fact that it was a 5-4 decision against revoking birthright citizenship, which is, like, a completely unassailable argument constitutionally, for which there's no argument against it, right? So illegitimate institution. Congress is broken and can't do anything. The debt is spiraling. We can't build or invest in anything. Our national and state governments have completely lost the ability to pivot or navigate or alter their environment or implement solutions to changing circumstances. Like, you look at all these problems mounting, a communist might give you a general answer to why this is happening, you know, the material dialectic, capital, the erosion of democracy. But even a liberal has to acknowledge these things are happening, right? And I think they do. I think the average Democratic voter would look at these things and be like, you know, it's really, really bad, right? You all understand what I'm talking about, right? So I guess my curiosity then is, if we agree at least in those respects, like, we agree, even if you don't agree it's the broader capital, blah, 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 but if we agree that these things are eroding in a way that seems kind of irreparable, what is the, like, what are we doing about that? And, like, what, if not the communist analysis, what explains it, you know? But the problem is, I think that the moment you frame that discussion in the context of a debate, it's like you're wasting time. There's not really, like, a debate here, you know what I mean? Everything that I've just said about the erosion of these institutions, as far as I'm concerned, it should just be like oh yeah, of course that's happening. Call it a kind of intellectual, you know, in curiosity on my part, I suppose, but, like, it seems to me, I feel like I am satisfied with my belief that a bunch of these institutions are failing. What I want to know more about is, like, to what extent can we mobilize people to understand the reasons why it's happening? But in order to have the conversation, we need to know why it's happening, and then, like, you debate about it. And what do we debate about, you know? You were right about Israel too early. It actually, like, AIPAC's bad. Is AIPAC bad or not? Like, it's asinine. Destiny dissected your comments about some governor vetoing a data center bill and saw the reasons why and said you don't read about things before commenting about stuff? You mean Mills in Maine, when the reason she vetoed it was because it didn't have an exception carved out for it for a specific data center that was being built into a paper mill? Didn't I look at that extensively? Whatever, it doesn't matter. These are asinine. This is what I mean about, like, it's more about the performance of antagonistic engagement than any kind of solution. It really doesn't matter now. Well, yeah, like, it's unfortunate because, like, I do believe in learning about things. I like learning about things, but it does kind of put everything else into a harsh light. There's like a stark contrast when the forces that are at work right now are so bad that almost everything else is kind of immaterial. Like, I am now at the point where I don't think Congress will be able to act in time to do anything about the multiple, like, fundamental systemic failures that are encroaching, or that are approaching us, that are encroaching on us. Like, I think Congress isn't even going to be part of the solution. Congress doesn't do anything but reaffirm different versions of the same budget bill they've been passing since, like, the 70s. That's it. Congress is dead. It's a defunct institution. All the Supreme Court does is, like, I don't know, constitutionally legitimize rape every other day. What do we, like, these, so, you know, what's, as far as I'm concerned, like, we've run out of time on a lot of these potential solutions. I don't know. This exact video clip about Mills responding to @Vosh? No, I don't think so. I know why I lost weight. It's so I look better in the drama thumbnails. It's a better look than 4 years ago, that's for sure. $37 We're just wait, that's the title? And people say my videos are vague. Well. There's hypothetically a Congress that could issue the. I think that if you, like, could snap your fingers or snap your, yeah, and make every single congressperson like a DSA candidate, at this point it would still be too late. He still wants your attention. He doesn't want my attention. It's just that I'm I'm at the intersection of having different viewpoints, but also being like agreeable enough or like attached to reality enough that you can engage with my position in a more nuanced way than, like, engaging with, I don't know, Hassan being campused or whatever. And also I'm funny, so I'm fun to cover, right? You get like a good up and down mix of, oh, that was funny, and also, like, oh my god, he's like a doomer anti-Semite communist or something. I don't think it has nothing to do with a personal desire to solicit my attention, in my opinion. He wants to debate you? Yeah, I'm funny. It'd be funny. It wouldn't, again, like, I just, yeah, my questions don't get answered. I mean, he should watch a bit of it so people can't say he doesn't respond to criticism. You can say I don't respond to criticism. It's fine. I've never said that people have a moral obligation to respond to every video takedown on YouTube. That would be quite a backlog for me. You can just say I don't respond to criticism. That's fine. It's not an allegation I'm attempting to beat. Destiny wants extreme solutions about MAGA, but supports politicians that won't do the extreme solutions he claims to want. Yeah, I don't really know what you do about that. You actually do have that responsibility? You abdicating? Hold on, let me check your logs. Thoughts on the tiny percentage of Republicans who voted for Harris, allies or not? Sincerely, one of them. Because of your back pain, sorry, Unk Man. Have you ever debated an anti-Trump conservative? Ever debated an anti-Trump? Dog, you're like 14. Vosh was unable to answer this chatter's criticisms. That's fucking true. That's fucking true. Playing the hits nuts? Destiny will say to put all of MAGA into camps, then vote for Gavin Newsom in 2028. I mean, past a point, I'm just like strawmanning him through chat. I don't know what his positions are really. That's probably not like that far off, I guess. Keep in mind that I don't think that progressive candidates are going to be able to implement the solutions that I want either. I think we're past that point. For me, it's more about building broader awareness of the issues so that people are ready when things really hit the fan. OpenAI about to blow into Well, really, Kiswati, how many times have you linked this? How many times have you linked this? Oh, you haven't linked it multiple times. Other people have. Okay, you've got to pass. But also, I'm aware of it. Once? No. Yeah, it was once. You only linked it once. Other people have linked it multiple times. Suck my dick? No thanks. There's a line. I don't know, Mavlinlock. I don't know. Have you seen the new Ghost in the Shell? No, I haven't. I'm looking forward to being disappointed by it, though. As is often the case with remakes. Do you think we'll have an FDR-style comeback at some point? I don't know. I can't see the future. I don't know. I do not know. I don't 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 know. I can't see the future. Then why do we watch you? My good looks, obviously. Gonna see the new Spider-Man? There's a new Spider-Man? What's the new Spider-Man? Isn't Tom Holland like 50 now? Comes out in a few weeks. Man, I'm not paying attention. So it seems. Do you think power concedes nothing without a demand? I don't think power is in a position to concede at this point. It's true we never did the Shadow of the Air Tree boss tier list, Kizwani. I do read YouTube chat, Zachary Riley. Bum 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 bum. No, Puzzler 22. Dude, my back is killing me, man. What am I? You never get around to no indexing your dev server for your website? I have no idea what any of that means. I have no idea what you're talking about. I have no clue. Nah, I'm mostly just thinking about the liberal thing. Or the liberals. The abstract liberal thing. The concept of a liberal. Machine, thank you for the tier 1 sub. And Minos Prime, thank you likewise. Started watching years ago as a clueless centrist. Your coverage of issues really opened my eyes. I figured out to finally start giving back. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Big whelp with $5. It would unironically save billions if we could mass infect the population with the alpha-gal tick disease, the one that makes you deathly allergic to red meat. Yeah, probably. Real G's understand that that's the like proper utilitarian calculus, but I don't think people are going to I don't think people are gonna agree with that one. Josh, man, I just don't think that how do I put this? I don't know how to put this. I don't know. It's fine. What do liberals think? Why everything's falling apart? I don't know. I don't really think they have a broader framework. I think a lot of them just blame Trump, which is obviously like not the fundamental problem. He's more of a symptom of the problem, but you know. Godwings 101 with the $5. Curious your take on the second date voice note drama? I have no idea what you're referring to. Second date voice note drama. I have no clue what you're referring to. Witten Fanboy, thanks the tier 1 sub. Been subbed to your channel for a year and a half and I really like your stuff. Just wanted to show some appreciation. Thank you. That's really kind of you. I appreciate that. I've seen you in chat a lot today. Thank you. Elsa47, thanks the tier 1 sub. Yeah, I know that GFS weather data is not necessarily reliable for predictions going out like a week into the future, but sometimes it's all, not just all you have, but also like, I don't know, it is meaningful that that data is procuring these results, right? Like it's, even if the models aren't 100% reliable, the fact that the models are leaning so apocalyptic is meaningful. Semi-Locon, thanks the 2 tier 1 subs, really appreciate that. Kyle Marshaku, thank you for the $30. Sorry, the 3 $10 donos. Think you might have had the wrong takeaway from Acacia's tweets? Who's Acacia? Most young folks are emotionally closed and should be more sincere and open. LA, Seattle might differ though. My wife and I watch you. Some bad takes, but most good. She loved how you talk about your partner. She died last year. It makes me cry, but please don't stop. Wow, that's really sad. That was kind of an emotional whiplash between those two donos. Jesus. 'Tis better to have loved and lost, I guess. I'm really sorry to hear that. Been learning to cook, though. Made a veganish batch of fried tofu nuggets. Tasted like chicken nuggies without the murder. Remember to love. I need to learn how to cook tofu. I'm very, very sorry to hear that. I hope that you had, you know, as good a time as possible with your wife while you had it. And, you know, yeah, just... It's difficult for me to juggle like irreverent coverage of the end of the world with sincere and genuine, by the way, very genuine condolences on personal loss. That's tough. I really am sorry. Remember to press the tofu. Okay. Does anyone know what this Twitter drama with like the second date voice note is? Does anyone know what that's referring to? Gagarino, thank you for the $20. Really appreciate that. Big time, long time fan since like 2020. Huh. Thanks for your continued effort to improve morale. Glad you grew out of the ponytail phase. Lamau, take my money. Grew out of the ponytail phase, dress better, skincare now. Yeah, you know, gotta grow up eventually. Thank you. I really appreciate that. James, thanks to $5. In a world of chat GPTers, I'm proud to announce I just defended my bachelor's thesis in sociology with no AI. Nice! Good luck with your PhD run. Good Lord. It's a lot of work. Just check my last message. A guy on Hinge left a voice note saying that if they were going to keep going out, he was expecting a sexual relationship. Otherwise, he didn't want to keep going on dates. Kind of strange they posted it on TikTok. Does anyone have a link to that TikTok? What you've described, it doesn't sound like there's anything wrong with that. Like that seems like pretty fine to me. Fulgurite, thanks to $5. Really want to thank you for your position on Plattner this week. As a survivor, the way that many have been treating it has been very blackpilling for me. Yeah, yeah. Sorry about that. It's not great. It's not good. Sorry I have to see all that. And with the 10 additional bucks, in appreciation for all you do, have some brain bleach. Behold Mono Lake while we can before LA drinks it. Wow, gorgeous. California is so pretty. California, right? Some LA drinks it, right? Probably. God damn, that looks nice. I think this is it.
Love to think you are lovely. However, I would love to.
Did this really need music?
We're gonna go to your place on Thursday. I mean, I am looking to have that physical intimacy to see if like I am sexually compatible.
Is this
with you.
really like viral? It's only got 6,500 likes. It has an article on it?
So like if I'm gonna come over, like I would be hoping to like hook up, have sex, have a good time, have like that romantic spark and that physical spark there for my own sake, because it's hard for me to continue dating someone and seeing them if I don't know if I'm sexually compatible. So I know you said I don't know about that.
Is that a problem you're I feel like everyone hooks up really early these days. Is that like a problem you're having? Maybe it's because I'm in like the gay circles or whatever, but everyone hooks up on like their first or second date.
So like, I guess my thing is like, what would be the point of me coming over then if we're not gonna like hook up and like cuddle and like be intimate with each other? And if that's what you don't want, that's fine. But like, I think we should just like end it here then, respectfully, just because first date, that's fine. Like, you want to get to know each other, I'm all about that. But like, I am looking to have that physical aspect there, and I don't want to continue seeing someone if I don't know if that's good, if that's not
Well,
there.
he's rambling like crazy, but I don't think there's anything wrong with what he's saying.
Not. So up to you. Let me know. I'm happy to, if you do want me to come over, I'm happy to do so. Would love to have a good time, and you know, we can have some wine, hang out, and chill. But if you're not trying to hook up, then like I think we should just
like
go.
the problem with this is how long the fucking message is. Like he could literally like, Jesus Christ. I don't know why he's overstating the point so much. Man's unhinged voice memo ultimatum to women after ultimatum. I mean, I guess. To women after one date as people bemoaning modern dating. This is like an AI article. Whatever. Like awkward rambling. The kids on TikTok are saying this is rapist behavior. No, they're not. Or if they are, they're insane. That's a lot for one day. I mean, it should have been like a 15-second voice note. Hey, just to let you know, I'm interested in like understanding like sexual and physical compatibility. That's important to me. So like, I really enjoyed our first date. For our second date, like just to be clear, is that something that you're okay with? If not, that's totally okay. I don't know. Seems like you could no point in continuing. Well, we also don't have any of the context from her end. What if she was giving like straight up fucking Mormon vibes or whatever, and not the soaking kind? I'll tear 214. Thanks to the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you. TY for your mental health advice. Helped me. It helped a lot to help me build healthier habits once I was in a large enough dose of SSRI to handle hard truths. Yeah, it's like, you know, you might not be in a mental space to be productive with your life right now, but when you're feeling better, you can build better resilience, you know? It's all about taking advantage of your periods of executive function. Even if like right now you can't do anything. I don't know, maybe you can next week. Don't beat yourself up right now. Not going to do any good doing that. Sake, thanks to 5 tier 1 subs. Why can't vegetables just take vegetables? The meat approximations are so bad and so off. I generally agree with that. I think meat substitutes tend to be like a pretty bad way of approaching veganism. Mr. Alaska, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Really appreciate that. New job, upgrades, people upgrades. A bit late, but I found it weird how many people defend Strout's decision to send Grace in Project Hail Mary. I never saw Project Hail Mary. I know that like some people said it was okay and some people said it was really good. I guess probably I should see it since people like it so much. I don't know. Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't really comment on it. As an autistic person, this is nightmarish to think about as a situation. Like telling a person that you're interested in having sex with them? What do you mean? What the fuck is this website? Image credit 124C for all, not an actual photo. Image credit. Here's an AI image. What do you... Modern website. Damn, man, thanks to $5. Hey, Unkman, now donating to see your thought on anti-Trump conservatives. I voted Harris and GOP down ballot. You have to know what I believe. I think you're like retarded. There's no moral or rational justification for conservatism. You're like cattle, you know? I'm glad you voted for Harris because maybe Trump exceeded your personal like threshold for pedophilia or whatever. You're like fine with the sort of like latent sort of baseline level of pedophilia that conservatism represents, but you weren't willing to go over the top with like the full-on best friend of Epstein thing. But I just like, I don't know. I don't find the rarity of your position novel, if that's what you mean. Psychopomp, thanks to $10. Thanks for playing the Lake Powell vid. Ties in well with recent content. Microcosm of the Omnicrisis. Yeah. Keep with the hard work of being right too soon, champ. I'm glad that I got to go see the Hoover Dam before it, like, I don't know, collapses from the lack of water holding it up or whatever. You know? Wabbajack, thank you for the $5. A while ago, you gave me some good advice on dealing with my cat's cancer diagnosis. I wanted you to know I found it helpful. He's gone now. I'm really sorry to hear that, but I am happy to hear that my advice could help. Unfortunately, the link that you provided me just goes to an image site with no specific image link, so I can't see the image that you linked me, but I'm assuming that would have been an image of your late cat. I'm very sorry to hear that. You have the link? Oh, fat baby. Would it make you too upset if I found Bagheera? Bagheera might not even let me pick her up because she's a damn zippy cat. Hold on. She was on this mat, so I just picked up the mat. Big butt. No, don't move. Don't move. No. Well, Bagheera. She's staring at me. She's like, why? Why? I'm sorry, Bagheera. Kowalski, thanks the $5. Was in the humid sun for 14 hours yesterday. Drank 3 gallons of water. Went to the gym for chest day. Thank God I'm not a streamer. Back pain sounds awful. Get well. Yeah, well, enjoy your melanoma, Kowalski. Piece of shit. I sure do love being hot and fit. Yeah, okay. Well, we'll see. We'll see who gets the damn melanoma removal scars, okay? We'll see whose moles are growing. Odyssey, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Super, super kind of you. Thank you. Observing the world beyond your interpersonal relationships is futile for self-improvement. Seem lots don't get that. The world sucks, but life is beautiful. Yeah, that's true, for sure. Well, hold on. I believe in observing the world, but like with regard to improving yourself, yeah, you basically just want to be focused on your own shit. People are so like mentally externalized, you know, they project so many of their feelings outward, and relate to things they really don't have any business relating to. At what point do you think you're too old to be sleeping around? I literally don't care. You can sleep around for as long as you want. If you're non-monogamous, you can like do it after being in a relationship. You know, straight couples have done this for ages. They call it fucking what's it called? What was the term for it? Swinging. Yeah, they called it swinging. It would just like bring people over for threesomes. People have always done this. It's like whatever. You can sleep around all you want. Yeah, retirement homes, people are horny as fuck. Jesus, Meow Calico. Swinging's different, though. That's couples fucking other couples, or couples bringing a third in, you know, for a threesome. Yes. Many such cases, yeah. Okay, what was I doing? Ori, thank you for the £5. Really appreciate that. Water shortage in parts of the UK now. Hose pipe ban for my area from tomorrow. Ugh, I'm sorry. Probably going to be like this for a while. I mean, it's not even August yet. Mijin Don 6 Bart, thank you for the very kind 30 euros. How empires fall. So a country is only 250 years old, built by immigrants, want to take on the world. Yeah, well, you know, the Epstein class always wanted us to descend into xenophobia. Thank you very much. Victorious Gardenosaurus, thank you for the $5. I think I can thank you for the $5. Vosh is so wrong in the bald with beard look. I'm his age and just pulled the plug to go bald and it's freeing. I'm not against shaving your head if you're balding. I'm just saying that it's weird to me how guys are literally not allowed to have a receding hairline anymore, like at all, when everyone agrees there are tons of handsome and distinguished older men in like the history of Hollywood or whatever. Who have receding hairlines. Like, Tony Soprano is still a sex symbol to a lot of people, you know? It's just weird to me that no one even considers making it work. Alex Jones ruined the look. Alex Jones literally looked way the fuck better before he shaved his head. Zoe Spencer, thank you for the $5. Paloma Del Mar, thank you for the $2. Really appreciate that. Victorious Gardenosaurus, thanks the $5. Shadowbee, thank you for the $10 dues. Sergio A and Zoe Spencer, thanks the $5. Give a teething kitten a cloth damp with cold water. It can suckle or chew at the cold, will help with gum pain. That makes sense. X, thank you for the $10. Zoe Spencer, thank you for the 3 consecutive $5 donos. Really appreciate that. You were talking about minoxidil. I think it'd be fun and whimsical to see you and Cody Johnson to stream together. I'm sure. I used to watch Cody Johnson's content pretty often. I don't really now. But that's mostly because I just don't watch political content that much. Evil Paradigm, thank you for the $10. I used to want to see you debate, but I completely get your point now. Debating with conservatives is just depressing for everyone. Look, the thing that bothers me is that there's a bit of a rhetorical conflation going on with debate. Debate is and always has been a particular affect, an expression, a medium, a mode of entertainment for engaging with ideas that could be engaged with in other ways. An enjoyment of debate is a form of entertainment. You enjoy a form of entertainment. It's not like a way of learning things that you can't learn otherwise. The thing that bothers me is if people find the debates entertaining, that's one thing, but there are people who act like you have an intellectual obligation to engage with them, which is fucking retarded. Anyone with even the most superficial understanding of how online debate culture works is aware of the fact that it's just a shit show, and that there's no serious intellectual rigor there, you know? Like, the most high-profile example of this would be Zizek is an intellectual, a smart guy. He's contributed a lot to discourse, right? But Zizek versus Jordan Peterson was retarded. Zizek didn't even have the ability to express higher-level ideas because Jordan Peterson was so stupid he came in there and unironically argued that the Communist Manifesto said that poor people are morally good and rich people are morally bad, and that's Marxism. Like, the Jordan Peterson was so unprepared and so stupid that, like, Zizek was boring to listen to in that debate. How could he not be? The entertaining part of Zizek is when he gets to say what he wants to say. Forcing him to share a room with Jordan Peterson just forces him to say stuff in response to Jordan Peterson, which is boring. Best hot dog style? Seattle dog. Seattle dog. Everyone you ever debated was like a tanky or a radfem or a chud. They were all equally retarded, smugly dishonest. Yeah, no one actually cares. Seaweed Farmer, thanks the $10. Thank you for never shutting up about PV. I listened to you repeat it for a year and felt guilty every time. Now I'm going door knocking and I'm so excited. Yes! Guilted you into doing something good for your community. Award. Nice. Dog, my back is fucking killing me, dude. I should probably end it here anyway. Ah, man, I've got to do the stretches. I've got to do the stretcher. Or something. I don't know, man. I don't know. Got to do the dang thing. The reason I'm still lingering on stream right now is because it's like, you know, it's a little distracting to the you know, the broader point. Got to get a standing desk. Brrr. Where's the shirt from? Pure Blue Japan. You're just AC maxing in that room, be honest with us? I don't have any AC in this house. Oh shit, really? Yeah, no, I don't. You have a ceiling fan? Nope. A tried and true home cooling system known as not being a little bitch. Psychopump, I have never had it on, not once. Appreciate you answering my $2 question. A hot dog, serious business. Here's some hot dog funds. Thank you. Unfortunately, my diet doesn't really allow me to eat many hot dogs, but I'll keep it in mind. You ever doing gorilla walks? Gorilla walks. Wait, do you mean like monkey moding? When you're like, whoa, monkey moding? Like that? Isn't that just like crawling? Just crawling, right? What was that? Well, I couldn't get too into it or my shirt would have flipped up. Excuse me. My back fucking hurts. Yeah, I'm just drawing out stream because I'm focusing on that. All right, everyone. Hopefully tomorrow I feel better. Just gotta do the right stretches, I suppose. Everyone take care. Have fun with whatever it is you're doing. And we will see you tomorrow. What day is it today? Friday? Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow.